area, we call it. It's not a boundary. There's no boundary between chapters. So it's a service area that we all collaborate and use. So welcome. The bathroom is through the door, straight. Women's on the left, men's on the right. Then we got exit doors here, there, and that double door in the back there. One single exit door through here. So the reason why we wanted you guys all to sign up is if anything happens, we're all gathered up back up in the parking lot. Of course, you know, the mind. Give the floor. Council, please.
Dr. Evan, I'm Rachel Howard, I'm the Vice President here. Again, thank you to our chapter leadership of Nenahnezad chapter for coordinating with us on behalf of the Office of the Speaker and the Council. We appreciate your great hospitality. Rachel, thank you for the invitation as well. So at this time, I would like to have my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council to also have an introduction. So we'll turn over the floor to your council delegate, Chairman Ricky.
Good morning. Recognize age yet or son or Zay Kachi, Sana Billash Chedo, Kia Ani Edas, Nala Potite and Nenshan, Nakoya Do from San Juan chapter area. I've always been very much involved in the support of our local industries because I know in my heart what it's like to grow to be poor. And I'm glad that you all have good jobs to support your families and your children. Having your children go out to school, college, supporting them. And I'm glad you do that. All because we have natural resources in the ground that you extract. District 13, though, I have to say that both industries right here, mine and Four Corners Power, it gives into the Navajo Nation revenue annually approximately $40 million. That's a lot. all from right here, and it's distributed across the Navajo Nation. I don't care how much fun I get, and fun or yard, okay, so thank you. Honors for the game. God bless each and every one of you.
Chair, Council Delegate Danny Simpson.
Yate Sine Shike Yate Bene say Danny Simpson Vestine based on English they are not getting work from the next week 20 years especially was now social personal change all the 8 chapters when I studied peripheral easy Lake Valley White Rock Cinque Crown Point and and say out of the resource development committee based on out of the Eastland committee as chairman Suniga. So yate Fernando Vicky Venture and speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Simpson. And next we have Council Delegate George Tolton.
Yate Pene. Yateho, say Yahay, George Skido, they forget. Ade Skido that way, Chiaho, Aro, Ada Case. Aro, say, Yahay, Chapel, Ski Baka, yes, Little Water, White Horse, and Paratorium, Counselor, Ohonsi. Agent Sido Emi Hotel a check Nico Saia Heights Hado Apo it went on it Ado Administro to your position and Sinana a does change they go Ado Slots on Shido always advocate for defense Ado Astido San Still design over your payers to the championship. Any hotel went near general, it was all transport the whole long game, they have getting Nazi. I go to that some inside and so we last out possible. All the snake. But I be the last out with the last time you had to get Ya Nenahnezad the soya he was hot. Go he vegetate just party. Aros LDA was Kenya is the most genetic was in Senate. A was cardinal was all the chapters. Aro has to come the age right now we're doing the budget here because so we'll be at the Woodrow all this month. So if you have decided Chanyas and how the Argent General A. Chapters I should go or Ricky Nelson should have gone. So Julia, get on the Taylor okay. Also thinking.
Colleagues of our council, Shea Vikings and Honhano Yahaki, Ade Shinsan, Kibish, so K Cabo, they can so each of the year, she acting the Jacob. Quite so cover the those things from Senator Heinrich's office as well. We have Mr. Brian Lee, if you could stand. So we do have some of our federal leadership, the office representation that is here as well. So way back there. So thank you for being here to Mr. Lee. So we do have Mayor Mark Duncan from the city of Kirtland. So thank you, Mayor, for being here with us this morning. The idea being public hearing and under President Trump not so sabi manahati he's not so yije ikai la di sejen aja hahage ki aja ta ni shigi sa anda ta ni no ye hati benate kon hanet he has anjani he na pahope aja kon he ke ya ye hashit mandate and since the executive order signing of President Trump of Executive Order 14261 was reinvigorating America's beautiful clean coal mine industry, which is aimed at revitalizing the coal industry by reducing federal oversight and expanding coal production. So, throughout the Navajo Nation, for example, Peabody coal mine has closed. Now, before the pandemic, a public hearing at First Lake chapter. I don't know if there's my microphone, but we did have our first public hearing on this particular executive order at Forest Lake chapter as back in May. So we have Navajo mine. We also have Four Corners Power Plant. Not only running clinicky, this is the Quishi, not supposed to have and as the speaker underneath my leadership, it is important to go back out to our communities that are impacted. For example, the community of Forest Lake, Black Mesa, Jitlaji region. So we did host our first public hearing. And also there has to be that equal opportunity for this community as well. We do have Navajo Mine that is here, Four Corners Power Plant that is here. You also have a voice. You also have a position to be heard by leadership. So I know there have been prior commitments in the past for our industry development. Since that time, no more than, I would say 50 years, 40 years, 20 years ago, many of the issues that we're seeing now in relation to coal. So this council, underneath the guidance, mentorship of my colleagues that are here, we said we want to go back out into the community. And this is that time to officially collect your comments. There's always no right or wrong answer. It's really coming from your opinion, from your own position on how you feel about this issue. So when you come up to the podium, that is up to you of how you want leadership to understand you, your stance. Your public comments will be read into your record and also recorded and documented. After so many decades, so many years, we have taken the approach to communicate back with our communities and our people. And we're allowing that opportunity to do so. So again, thank you for being here. Each of you will be given an opportunity to make public comments up to 5 to 8 minutes. So again, once we reached over 25 participants in our sign-in sheet, we'll start with 8 minutes. And then once we reach a longer listing, we will be going by 5 minutes. But at the end of the public hearing, once we go through all of the participants, we will also give the opportunity if there's any more additional comments that need to be provided by the community. You know, but with them, Forest Lake, we were there after 5 o'clock. So all of the sponsorship, the food, the lunch is also sponsored by the council. So there was no outside influences on sponsorship. So this is solely from the council. But again, we welcome you. I know there may be a sensitive topic, a sensitive issue, but please have that respect for one another to keep the noises down, putting your phones on silent, or if you need to take a phone call, please step aside so we can hear the individual who is providing their testimony today. Again, the staff are in the blue colored shirts. If you do have any other logistical questions on the conduct of the public hearing. So at this time, we will start with our first participant. And there is a timer clock here, so you can see how many time that is left. Again, thank you to Nenahnezad chapter for providing the amenities today to do this public hearing. So first, we do have James Pyle. So for the record, to state your name, and then we can also go on off that with the recording. So sir, you will have 8 minutes for your comment.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, Honourable Council Delegates, members of the chapter, ladies and gentlemen. Yate. My name is James Pyle. I'm a mining engineer at Navajo mine. I'm originally from England, but I've been fortunate enough to live and work in this beautiful part of the world for almost 27 years. You could say that I'm an economic migrant. When I graduated from the Camborne School of Mines in 1997, the UK mining industry was all but gone. I came to Farmington in 1998, have been a net contributor to the local tax base ever since. When I arrived, the region had a flourishing energy-based economy. Four Corners Regional Airport was a busy place, and you didn't need to go to Durango, Albuquerque, or further afield to get sensibly priced airfares. Much has changed since then, in part attributable to the continued assault on the fossil fuel industry. As I work in the coal side of the industry, I will concentrate on what has happened to it in this region since I arrived in 1998, specifically the economic impacts. Why? Because as beautiful as this part of the world is, sadly, New Mexico, out of 50 states plus Washington, D.C., consistently languishes near to or at the bottom of the performance league tables for the majority of the indicators of the economic and social malaise. Income, poverty, unemployment, high school graduation rates, disconnected youth, higher education attainment rates, teen birth rates, health, hunger and food insecurity, domestic violence rates, suicide rates, drug overdose rates, the list goes on. So, what has happened in the region since I arrived in 1998? Firstly, Mojave Power Plant and Black Mesa Mine. To quote from the National Park Service's own website, Air pollution has routinely drifted into the Grand Canyon from metropolitan areas and nearby coal-fired power plants, affecting visibility from scenic vistas. This was one of the deciding factors in the December 2005 closure of the Mojave power plant located near Laughlin, Nevada. Despite the fact the Environmental Protection Agency's own report, Project Mojave Final Report, March 1999, concluded that several analyses of concentration patterns and of distributions of the fluorocarbon traces and of other natural traces all concluded that the dominant sources of Grand Canyon National Park visibility impairment were area sources, principally urban, in Southern California, Arizona, and northern Mexico. The Las Vegas urban area was also implicated in some analyses. The closure of the Mojave power plant had an adverse effect on the economies of Laughlin, along with Kayenta in Arizona and their surrounding areas. Kayenta was affected as it was the location of the Black Mesa mine that supplied the Mojave power plant. The mine was closed in response to the closure of the power plant. The closure of the mine had a major negative impact on the Hopi tribe. Secondly, Navajo Generating Station and Kayenta. The Navajo Generating Station was located near Page, Arizona, and the mine was located near Kayenta, Arizona. The Navajo Generating Station was constructed during the 1970s. Over the years between then and when it was closed, it was retrofitted with sulfur dioxide scrubbers in the late 1990s as a result of the Clean Air Act. Between 2003 and 2005, electrostatic precipitators were upgraded. In 2007, nitrogen oxides or NOx emission and control options were studied, although there was no reduction requirement on the Navajo Generating Station at that time. As a result, best available retrofit technology, or BART, was voluntarily installed between 2009 and 2011. In 2013, the EPA proposed a BART ruling to reduce NOx emissions further by installing selective catalytic reduction equipment and additional baghouses by 2023. This presented the Navajo Generating Station with numerous hurdles to overcome in the time allowed. One harsh owner, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, withdrew from its ownership in 2016 as well unable to invest in improvements due to a California law prohibiting long-term investment in coal-fired power plants. Nevada Energy announced its withdrawal of partial ownership by 2019. As a result of these and other factors, the plant ceased operation in November 2019. Native American tribe members made up approximately 83% of plant employees and approximately 93% of mine employees, in both cases predominantly Navajo. Indirectly, the plant and the mine supported a further 1,600 full-time positions. If the combined operations had continued to run by 2020, they're expected to have supported more than 2,000 indirect jobs for the Navajo Nation alone. The combined operations paid out approximately $100 million in direct wages and $50 million in royalties and leases per annum. Of the latter, approximately $37 million went to the Navajo Nation and approximately $13 million to the Hopi tribe. Payments in 2012 accounted for approximately 25% of the Navajo Nation's revenue and approximately 65% of Hopi tribes. The cumulative economic impact on Arizona for the period of 2011 to 2044 being anticipated closure of the copper farm, was estimated at $20 billion in gross state product. This equated to approximately $330 million per annum in disposable income and approximately $20 million per annum in state tax revenues. All of the jobs and the economic benefit have gone forever. Thirdly, San Juan Generating Station and San Juan Mine, which I'm sure you know is situated a few miles north of this chapter. This was also constructed in the 1970s. It was fitted with sulfur dioxide scrubbers, upgraded baghouses. Unfortunately, like the Navajo Generating Station before it, this wasn't enough to save it. The last unit ceased operation in October 2022. The closure of the plant and the mine has already adversely affected the surrounding communities, including the Navajo Nation. The poverty rate within the district is 4 times the national average. The median annual household income is around $20,000. The unemployment rate hovers around 70%, exponentially higher than the national average. Hundreds of well-paid jobs are already gone, along with tens of millions of dollars in annual tax revenue used to fund the CCSD schools a new community college. Fourthly, Four Corners Generating Station in the Navajo mine, which is known as a few miles to the south of the chapter house. Unfortunately, this also has been fitted with upgrades and stuff like that, but in 2010, APS announced that it would buy out Southern California Edison's share of units 4 and 5, install pollution control measures on them, and retire units 1, 2, and 3. This was completed in 2013. Subsequently, EdTech acquired El Paso Electric's 7% share of it. Four Corners Generating Stations built on land leased to Navajo Nation, the lease set to expire in 2041. However, in 2020, APS announced they bring forward the decommissioning to 2031, 7 years ahead of the original planned date, 2038. In summary, please may I just finish, as I have 2 paragraphs to do. I consider myself fortunate in having been able to have a well-paying career in the coal mines of the Four Corners, San Juan, La Plata, and now Navajo. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Pai. We do have a long list of individuals, so we'll give them the opportunity to also say something. And again, if although there is a time limit, if there's a written testimony or written supporting documents, we are also having our team collect those as well. So those are also being welcomed for. So next we do have Justin Bowman.
Hello, my name's Justin Bowman. Thank you for your time to be here. I'm from Shiprock, New Mexico. Grew up and raised in Shiprock with Rattle State. But I work at the mine. I've been working at the mine for 6.5 years, and the growth of the mine is pretty amazing. How the reclamation and everything has happened through those years. They've got all these people talking bad about the mine and everything, but the reclamation is phenomenal. It's they make it better than what it used to be. Versus like the solar power. The solar power is, if you were to dissect the solar power panel, it uses like 5 mines, 6 mines, all our natural resources, but coal mine is kind of like farming in a way. You got Nappy right next to us, which they harvest plant license or the corn, alfalfa. But the mine kind of does the same thing. They harvest coal, but when all the topsoil and everything is set aside and they harvest the coal, everything's put back to better than what it was before. The geology of the land, with the rain and everything else, has eroded the land where water is designed to kind of leave the area. But once the reclamation is done, everything goes back to zero, so it can sustain life. So you got livestock, and animal, plant life, growing, versus your solar power. Anything solar power takes acres and acres of land, and you can't. Most of that stuff's all fenced in. You'll never have any plant life or human activity out there. And the bad thing about it is the only way solar power can survive is if there's no weeds, no livestock, so everything has to be fenced off. And, they've got a spray weed killer around there, so there's no plant life at all, no animal life. So I'm in support of keeping the coal mine open. It's helped my family out tremendously. I used to travel with the oil field company through California, Utah, Colorado, and I was gone most of the years, but since working here, it's brought me home. And getting to know a lot of people where I work at has been very good too, because there's a very diversity of people there. You got a lot of engineers and planners, mechanics, and electricians, and just a very wide range of education. And that mine has contributed to a lot of education, a lot of experience, and a lot of generations of people. But that's all I got to say. Probably as long as miles.
So again, thank you, Justin, for those comments. And again, we are also joined by our chairwoman, Delegate Amber Kiswak-Crotty. So at this time, I'll allow her to introduce herself.
Kia ani neshna no Viking people message to next to the mission channel Irish mission Ellen Shay Amber Kiddos from Party Unisha Toha for the South. I come from Sheep Springs. I represent 7 communities: Sheep Springs, Two Great Hills, Tolina, Sonosky, Red Valley, and Mixabato. So I see some of my constituents here and relatives, so I appreciate the opportunity, speaker with the council to come out to the different communities on the impact. And I want to thank SHIA's Chairman Nez for hosting us here at your chapter and my colleagues who are here. I'm going to say I parked in between those big buses. So if you got to move the bus, let me know. Then I'll move my little ride. So I just wanted to make sure. I got good insurance, but I don't want to make a fight. So thank you all for being here. We're committed to hearing from your voice, your perspective, and hoping that we could come up with some creative solutions and looking at the holistic impact of the future of coal. What are some of the opportunities? What are lessons learned? And how we move forward. We represent Mr. Lee. So this gentleman here texts me on a regular basis on the impacts to our community. And so I just want to thank Senator Lujan and your office and understanding the dynamic and challenges of the Navajo economy. So I appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Amber Kiswak-Crotty. And next, we will have Alfred Lee Jr.
Morning. My name's Alfred Jr. I am from Cal. Kiana, Chichis, pretty much was a she. Kiana, Shinele, Nakaidanishi. I was born here in Shiprock. My mom's from Newcomb area. Second chief, highly better. But yeah, I was going to come here and talk about the coal is what it's done for my family. It's given me stable income. Been able to have my kids go have better opportunities. It's helped me finish my education and got my degree in diesel technology, stuff like that. Also, I just want to talk about the effects of closing down coal mines. Like I've seen first-hand effects of black mining. The areas where I've heard people come and talk to me saying, "This is gone. We can't do this anymore." Same with Page. People's moved, people's left. And the elderly, their kids have moved. Just talking about that. And then as far as the revenue from there, also affects the Head Start. Scholarships, elderly programs. So it just doesn't just affect just coal. It affects a lot of areas, especially our vendors, contractors. Supports a lot more. It's kind of spider-webs out. But yeah, mainly just up the economy, bringing in more revenue for the whole area. Having people, work. Like I said, it contributes to a lot of the area. But yeah, I just want to bring that up tonight. I just want to say that. Thanks.
Thank you, Alfred. So next we do have Rachel Allison. Rachel Allison.
Hello, Rachel Ellison, Nahamani, Michelin, Belagani, Bashishi, Ashi, Shache, Belagani, Bishnala. I'm a community member here. I've lived here all my life. My mother was a late BFF. My grandparents were late Elta Dodge and John Dodge Sr. And my grandfather once told me not to work for the mines when we were younger. Not because of the negative stigma that was associated with mining back then, but because we didn't believe that the mines would still be here. Luckily, I stand here today as a proud third-generation miner here at Navajo Mine, and I'm honored to have proven him wrong. We're still here despite the odds, despite the challenges, despite the battles that we've had to fight, and we continue to stand strong. Unfortunately, as you know, a lot of mines across the United States and even the Navajo Nation, they have to close. And these closures force families to relocate. And luckily, we've had some of those displaced workers find their way to Navajo Mine and start working alongside of us. I've seen firsthand the positive impact our mine has had on our community. It's provided a good life for my family, from my grandpa's generation, my mother's, and now mine. And for many, countless families around this community as well. And I know that the difference we make is also more than just a paycheck for us. It's also a difference that we make for our community. We provide for United Way, we have scholarship programs, and we also have educational support. In fact, if it wasn't for the mine, I wouldn't have had a lot of scholarships that I got to attend college and to eventually get the job that I have now. And that's why I respectfully ask you to support the executive order 14241 so that we can continue supporting families, not just ours, but also those in our community and also those for their future. Thank you.
Next, we have Roland Roy. Ronald Roy. Ronald Roy.
Okay. Thank you, Nenahnezad, Honorable Crystal Curley, George Toll, Amber Crotty, Rick, Nadal. Rick and I go way back. Away from your crowd. You got to face the crowd. Rick and I, my younger brother, his name is Randy. We used to visit Rick, Rick's older brother. And my mom used to ask him, "Question yet, Richard?" My little brother was only like 3, 4. "Question yet, Richard?" Back in the day. Thank you for allowing us. Hardy, Mr. Hardy. So, yeah, and share that she is not for clean, but she was Sunday, it doesn't shadow, it doesn't 8 out of the nation. I'm involved with a veteran organization quite a bit. So imagine this, back in the day when we had no running water. I think people still have no running water. 55-gallon drums, bring it to wash, to clean. No electricity either. So people still don't have electricity. Back now, we had a kerosene lamp. We had this kerosene lamp that was lighted up. It was like, today you would look at it, it's a night light. You see a night light, you leave it on. That's how dim it was. Out of this, in the evenings, we used to bring in wood, chop wood, especially during the winters. Out of coal. We used to get coal and we had to get a 5-gallon bucket, 2-gallon buckets, bring them in so we could keep the house warm throughout the night. At the same time, we used to use it for cooking too. We didn't have, when I grew up, we didn't have a butane, we didn't have stoves. We just had a one pot belly stove, wood stove right in the middle of our little house. So our wood and coal, that was our source to eat.
Nenahnezad. So I've been employed with BHP back then. We went through 3-4 companies since I started. I've been working with BHP now since about 30 plus years. Grew up a mechanic. So worked on drag lines, went across the river when it was still BHP San Juan, the platinum mine. So I got to know a lot of coworkers, except these new generation. I mean, we got a bunch of new people. So went through managers, mine managers, different guys. Let me tell you a little secret of where's Norman, our chapter president. 1990, I got hired with him at BHP the same day. So I don't think he disappeared. It's not your editor. Only found him. I guess he's a chapter president over here. What the yeah, I saw Clay, and I'm sure when Trump signed, he signed these, and next one, over what 100 executive orders. 142.41, coal is abundant and cost effective and can be used in any weather conditions. Imagine Phoenix right now. Phoenix is over 100. If this coal power plant from burning shuts down, how many of those people in Phoenix going to survive? What do you think? Just think about it. There's high demand in electricity. Hot. We need that cooler. In here, we got a nice facility. Don't take it for granted. Inside here, nice. We don't have to be out in the heat or out in the shade. So if it does, power plant goes down, Phoenix is going to be crying. People are going to be, they want to demand solar panels. What about on cloudy days, rainy days? Are those solar panels efficient? Yeah, green is good. It's good. Keep the clean turbines, but we still need power plant. Demand for coal. Right now, today, Navajo mine. Demand, we got to equipment down, the big equipment. And we need more coal. High demand today as we speak. So America's economic prosperity and national security, that's the executive order that came from Trump. Fourth job, yes. We send our kids to college. My son works for Chevron in Texas. He's got his family over there. My other son, he's got a degree, bachelor's degree in Fort Lewis. My daughter, right now, as we speak, she's going through San Juan College. So, if it does anything, we're all affected. This boat sinks, everybody sinks, and it will affect this economy. Local people here, Farmington, all these areas, it will affect. So, I'm in high with the executive order 142.41 Trump signed. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Roy. Next, we do have Michael Dan.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you again, Speaker and Council staff. I just want to share this with you guys, the benefits of coal with me and my family. Again, being a miner, working at Navajo Mine for 33 years. Also being a veteran, coming out from the first Gulf War. I was very fortunate to go on and start my career here once I got back from the war across, fulfilling my duties as a veteran as well. Being a father of 5 kids, I was able to send my kids to college with funding that I got from work, benefits that was applied to them as well. The other thing I want to mention too is that way back, I think we've been exposed to coal a long time ago, bringing coal in for our grandparents, and that's how they survived winters and eating and stuff like that. So we've been around coal for a while and the importance of it. But coming back from serving the Gulf, being a veteran, there's two options you had: either go to school or go to work somewhere. And at the time, I was very fortunate, like I said, to get on board and continue this career with coal. As some of the examples of the past speakers have mentioned, that the impact of coal is all around us, not only to the workers itself, the community, but also to the schools. A lot of that sponsorship and funding goes to the schools and local areas as well. So I can attest to that because I asked the mine itself to support my kids growing up with T-balls, Little League baseball, basketball. We even have a facility across here in Kirkland, the KY8, is still supported by minor companies as well. But for the most part, I think I'm really happy that the president has actually signed this proclamation. And at the same time, it allows opportunities for us to continue this growth for not only ourselves here, but the next generation and possibly the generation after that. A lot of opportunities up there for them. With the coal mine we have right now, we also have a lot of training going on and developing our young workers, a lot of new faces, like they mentioned before, that, have come aboard. I think, looking at their future, where I was at 33 years ago, I didn't feel like I was going to be here to attest to that as well. But very grateful for that. But just to raise awareness to the staff and I guess the council there, that it not only affects, the local area, but there's not, or the workers there, but also the contractors, the local cities, they're all impacted by that too as well. But I just want to make sure that, I share with you guys how that impacted me and my family. Thank you.
At this time, we do have a question by Chairwoman Claudia, so I'll allow some time to ask a question.
Yeah, thank you. I want to appreciate your comments and you mentioned contractors. So we do have an ongoing conversation with Navajo Transitional Energy Company and, abiding by Navajo Nation laws, like Navajo preference, especially when it comes to contractors. So I wanted to see, do we have any NTEC board members in the audience that are here? If you could come up, board member. I know you're just kidding, but I just wanted to make sure if the mine's leadership was here supporting any of the comments. No mine leadership? How about the CEO? Mine's president again? General manager? Okay, can you call to see if your board is going to come and listen to the public hearing and support the workers? I mean, they make these high-level decisions, and we really want to make sure that Navajo Nation laws are that the mine is applied those. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Matt Brown. I'm the general manager at the Navajo Mine. I think I'm going to be on that list a little bit later, hopefully, as it comes through. But I can tell you, it is our first priority to utilize tier 1 and tier 2 vendors at the coal mine, which are solely owned or at least 50% owned by Navajo individuals that for our vendor support. That is the first and foremost look that we look for when we look for our vendors that come to help support the mine.
We may have to turn that off. Can you provide that documentation? Because when we speak directly with subcontractors and contractors, it's our understanding that the mine is hiring non-Navajo contractors. And it could be a cost perspective, but that's one of the reasons why the mine was continues to be a good acting partner. We want to have opportunities for all of those contractors and subcontractors. Thank you.
Yes, we can supply that documentation. Get that in. But that is our first and foremost priority. That is our first priority, is to have Navajo vendors on site first and foremost for the needs of the mine. If we're unable to attain those, we may have to look outside of that, but that is our first priority. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for that clarification. So we'll be looking forward to your correspondence. Next, we do have Scott Sterenson.
Have one of these. Y'all tell you, Benny, my name is Scott Stevenson. I had the pleasure of working in Navajo mine for the last going on 3 years. I've had the ability in my career to work at many different mines, and by far, it's truly a blessing to be able to work at the mine. Not only the way the difference in the mines that I worked at before, they've always said their community and always acted as if they were a community mine. And they were to a certain extent. They really were. But what I've seen and grown to love and cherish about the mine that we have here is it truly is a community endeavor. The Navajo mine and Tech, they reach out and try to be involved in anything that can be. Also, I don't have a plan as you say. But one thing I have learned after being here and getting involved with the people, everybody in this room is my plan as far as I'm concerned. All I'm trying to do is try to make Navajo a better place for more generations to come and get to experience it's just hard. Unless you work out there, you really don't get to enjoy the experience like what you would if you did. But anyway, I go on to my words I have here. Co-production on the Navajo Nation, especially through the Navajo mine, is a pillar of the economic stability and community support for over 60 years. That's amazing alone by itself, 60 years. It's easy to take it all for granted. Always been there until one day it has the possibility of being gone. After spending 2 years here learning about the true impact of the Navajo mine, it's clear this operation is far more than just coal. It contributes to a third of the Navajo Nation's annual budget. Funds scholarships for students, provides coal to heat the home, which we call the church program. And I'll have to say, if you've never had the opportunity to go and see the effort that all the ladies do with the church program to keep everybody in line in order to make sure they get good quality coal, take a visit out there during the winter time. Take a look at it. Water for families, solar energy power to remote households, and countless community programs, which amounts to $4 million. Just that. The Navajo Nation holds multiple generations of coal reserve, an asset that, if managed wisely, can keep the lights on, economically strong for generations to come. As we navigate the future, we must not lose sight of how vital this resource is to our daily lives and the people's well-being. As the saying goes, you don't know what you have until it's gone. I want everybody in this room to just sit here and think about it. I want to ask, what would you do? I mean, what would one day without normal feel? That's all I got. Thank y'all very much.
Next, we do have Christina Aspen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and honorable council delegates, and all the other attorneys in the room. I want to speak on two sides of this. As an employee, I've had 35 plus years with Navajo Mine or in Tech, and all the other companies before then. I was hired on when it was BHP, and through them, they started an apprenticeship, and I took advantage of the electrical. And so, finished that program. I am an electrician. If you're in that electrical world, you know that being an MSHA certified electrician is kind of the top in the electrical world. So, and those are hard to find. And but I don't think I would have got the opportunity anywhere else. And so I really appreciate that. My family, my daughter, I'm a single parent, and I don't think I would have had those opportunities elsewhere. And especially now with DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion is under attack. And so, and I didn't even introduce myself. My first clan is Clutch Chief, born for Tota Cheating. And Shache is Tutnasutney, and Nullyman is Hushcushy. However, I do want to speak more on as a elected school board official for CCSD, and knowing the impacts that have happened that we've seen as a school district when the closure of San Juan Generating happened. And so it's not only just through data that we found these discrepancies, but our homelessness rate has shot up to 700%. And families are divided. Parents are working elsewhere, out of state. And as you heard, a lot of the displaced who were fortunate enough have come over to Navajo mine site to work and stay in the area. And so, as a school board official, we're still trying to maintain not only our students, but as an employer on the reservation, and which is a large employer, and keeping our teachers and our qualified administrators locally and employed. You know, we have to juggle those issues. And so and when I looked at your survey and was filling that out, it doesn't mention schools, and it should. And I think as I've traveled to other conferences, National Congress of American Indian, NEIA, you know, that's one thing that we forget. We all talk about here. We talk about ourselves, our livelihoods, but we forget our youth, and the students, and the schools that it impacts. Because these businesses, this economic growth impacts our schools. And then one thing that I found is, and I ask that you take it upon yourselves to read the Kennedy Report, which was created and established in 1969. Just reading that first paragraph, we have not grown as a tribe, as a nation, and it's sad. So with that, and I just wanted to add too that we have had a lady, Emma Yazzie, that had lived in our vicinity, the mining, and she lived to be 102 years old. And nobody remembers that when we talk about emissions and things like that. So I support, and I know this is divisive. I know it can be cruel, but you guys have the backbone for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for those public comments. Next, we will go to Lucinda. I guess still Gilbilly? It's Gilly. It's Gilly Boom.
Good morning. My name is Lucinda Kitsuli Boyd, and I'm a class chief, 22 versus chief, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of my work and myself. I've been a coal miner for 27 years. I'm also a farmer. I became a recent official for Herfinale chapter. My late brother, Larry Bonnet, was the community relation coordinator for Herfinale. He used to tease me a lot and tell me, a lot of our older people are getting older. You need to come and learn how to be an official. And I used to just laugh about it. And I was like, who is going to take me seriously? But here I am today. I'm a vice president and also I'm a 4-H leader. So with this job, I was able, as a single mother, I was able to put all 4 of my kids through college. I just recently had my oldest son and my youngest daughter graduate from New Mexico State. My oldest son is in New Jersey. He's working out there, and then my youngest daughter is here working with me. And I'm very fortunate that I had this opportunity when I first came on board with, back then it was Utah International. I just saw myself coming in, doing a project and leaving. I didn't see a career. But fortunately, they kept me on and I stayed on, and lo and behold, I've been here for 27 years. And with that, you know, I'm a 3rd generation. My grandpa worked here, my dad worked here, and now I'm here. So with that, you know, the income has allowed me to put a roof over my kids, send them to school, help them get an education. I'm able to help my dad with buying farm equipment. And we have about 15 acres of farmland that we do. And we go out and as far as to the city, Delcon, Chinle, Rinda Rock, and we sell our produce. And we see a lot of the Native people, you know, thanking us. A lot of the elders thanking us. Thank you for continuing to produce these products. You know, a lot of them, you see a lot of farmlands not being utilized. And the reason being is because they can't afford the equipment. The equipment costs a lot of money. So with that being said, I'm very fortunate that I have the opportunity to help my dad buy those equipment. And they're not cheap. I mean, they're, you know, when you're thinking about buying a tractor, you're looking at, you know, 50, 60,000. That's a lot of money, you know, and I help my dad pay half of that. And then the other thing, you know, extended family. You know, I have 3 aunties that are of the age of 80. You know, they lost their husband. So every month I kind of help them, send them money and stuff. And then I'm very fortunate with my job, you know, the health insurance we got. Back in 2015, my son crushed his hand. We were splitting logs, and you know, because I've always taught my kids to wear their PPE, he was wearing his glove, his insulated glove, and he crushed his hand. So we had to rush him to San Juan Regional. By the time we got done, his medical bill was $1.5 million, 9 surgeries, and all I had to pay was $1,000 out of my pocket. So I was very fortunate that we had good insurance. And then I enjoy our chapter. I try to get our chapter to utilize the community funding that we have here. I have been giving money to United Way, and I enjoy helping out with the sponsor of the barbecue camp where we feed all the people there, just seeing all those Navajo people getting a really nice meal. And then I myself put myself back to school. I got my bachelor's, and then I also got my master. And then this fall, I'm going to start on my PhD. So I'm very fortunate that this job has provided me the income that it has. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next, we do have Emily. I'm like Kid Silly Boy. Oh.
Good morning. My name is Emily Kitsley Boy. As I stand here in front of the Navajo Nation Council and you, I can proudly say I'm a fourth generation farmer. I am a daughter of a coal miner. My Che and my mom have worked for the coal industry. They have put me and my 3 siblings through college. I've received the Intech scholarship for 3 years. It's currently known as Empowering Future Leaders. I graduated from New Mexico State University this May in agriculture, economics, and agriculture business with a concentration in natural resource and finance. I am currently an intern for Intech as an environmentalist. I've seen firsthand the experience that most of you guys probably will never see, but I am here to stand in front of you that Reclamation and the environmental department has done an amazing job from when I first entered here in 2023 as an environmentalist to now 2025. It's changed so much in how much is used, and they're able to create a land that's put back into a better land for grazing purposes. A lot of us, we herd sheep, we have cows, we have livestock. I mean, I grew up in 4-H. And so Intech has been a proud sponsor for a lot of different organizations, groups, and especially for the youth. They have programs that involve K through 12 along with their scholarship. And I am here to tell you that I have made a difference from Intech as a young generation, as I'm 22 years old. And with this support of the, with America's Beautiful Clean Coal Industry and amending Executive Order 14241, I support it, and I hope that you guys put into consideration me as a 22-year-old. I just want to say thank you for letting me come up here, have a voice for myself. I just want to say yeah.
Oh, thank you, Shiaja Emily, for providing that statement. And also want to recognize the Council Delegate and former Speaker Lorenzo Bates. Chanel, nice to see you here. And also for announcement purposes, if you were signing up to speak, to turn in your form, if you haven't completed it yet, back sign-in sheet. So we'll keep going with our participant list here. Next, we do have Lander Morris.
Good morning, Yate Bennett. Shay Lander Morrison, Shadow, Kiana, Shot for Bahan Bashing, Station Just a Chaytwana, Issue that's another. I want to first thank y'all for coming over, spending some time to hear the public forum and all that we have to share with everyone. I am from the community of Nosh Chitty, New Mexico. Around here, the coal industry plays a big role. It's hope by creating jobs, driving economic growth, and providing energy resources that power our homes and businesses. As someone new to the company and the industry, one of the first things that stood out to me was how the land was being renewed, as a lot of folks are saying here today. It's impressive to see the areas that were once considered unusable land being reclaimed and revegetated into land that can serve a new purpose. Another thing that I've noticed is the focus on training, giving people the skills to work as electricians, heavy equipment operators, mechanics, and other trades related to natural resource and technology. It's creating real opportunities for people to build solid careers. Navajo Mine is in a prime location with valuable and well-managed resources. The setup we have, the mine right next to the power plant, is pretty unique because it makes for a smart, efficient operation. From what I've seen, this mine-to-plant model can serve as a great example for the nation, especially if we continue working closely with the government partners to keep improving and adapting the industry in a positive direction. Industries are always evolving. And in my current field, information technology, we know all about adapting to change and keeping things running. I see that same need for flexibility and forward thinking in mining. Even though my career is in tech, my heart has always been in farming and ranching. That's why it's been so meaningful for me to see how Navajo Mine land reclamation efforts are actually restoring land in a land that's perfect for agriculture. I love to see more of that renewed land made available to young as in recently graduated, our little kids, young people who want to get into farming and ranching. Maybe even start a farm to table, ranch to table initiatives that could benefit our whole community. Health is important, and with the reclamation work being done, we have a real chance to create opportunities for the next generation, to give them a hope and a reason to stay connected to the land and our way of life. Lastly, I'd like to ask that our leaders, again, to support the executive order. You have many folks here that have different strengths and different passions. And I see that if we combine that with loving God and loving others, we can all put a point on the scoreboard. That's right there. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. And next we do have Kristen Billy.
Good morning, everyone. I just got updated. I shouldn't really, but I'm locally married to Nenahnezad area, and my clan is Creational. That's as far as I know with it. But then I just wanted to support this Trump sighting, and I've been with the company Navajo Mine for 35 years, and it's helped build my family with education, and it's helping me build my future, my retirement. It's really important to me, and also the people that's for the next generation, the people that's our younger generation, which I'm really encouraging to help try to help them out, and also it's helped my family through education and the economy. How the economy it's helped the local resource and community and county. So a lot of that donation and all that, it's helped people even on the reservation. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Billy. And next we do have Marie Sean. Oh, Marie?
January, the land, I do not have that. Oh, another shape, my national late June, don't know what to go. Are they to shape that she did it? Dato, Sinta, Washington, number chat, don't go, they business. Or the about it, share or they can be stood up with the chicken leg that she knew the 15 normal chocolate. Splash not have got they didn't really want to have a carnation. Or I am be shielded at the Shimamish. Okay, Spenko, Arok ade kode kerashte namishte. That area by that Manchester case. Natabawan Manish Yate India, Oyate or States, Oyate Ocean, Shachan, Soka, Shinabita, I was it was a low penalty. That echo home, Shinabita, Shinan, Shishina, which is my way. For PCA Union, what start. I was in this touch intent. Match aircon. She had she went over for the Tanzana Hada in underslash about the how no, the Sitago, for this change of message. Nana. What you say that I've been 27 years on the labor law budget operation. The young man is talking to she got my innocent. They shouted, no, she had no escape. The Hatchin of Saturday, that they are managed. And I was not done. Now, mistake that basically I coach you to be a something they she got 61 years. She got General Shahabin in National Shahabin. So Washington era, basically they did this land. So not only the choices. So that's all the choices that it's no that all none of the Netherlands son in lead of the history there, how much soil or without it. Yeah, they got the issue. Now, once I don't attach and the shabbat what started on street of Kenya. God knows that nothing is not. History the baby all I had on lemon much. To say not at all, snowman can see that immediately. Arch, I had my mustache. I can't be Kenya, that's so not yet made the 50 day with it. You can't, but then lay back regions, the sun is not. I should have something in this time. I can't, when so she thought that I want to always up the nation anyway. Still don't have on it.
Okay, Shema. The Kunabana, so he is Shaylin Hickory. Okay, good morning, Speaker Curley, Navajo Nation Council. My name is Shaylin Perry. I started back in 2009 with BHP. I was a contractor, and with that, we did the irrigation for Navajo Mine and San Juan Mine, La Plata Mine. There, it at the time seemed like a job. It was, oh, I got paid. And as the week went on, learning from my mentors every day what we were doing, kind of put me in a perspective of I'm doing good with the environment. The things we did as far as silt vents, controlling our water, not keeping it off lease, soil sampling, we would go in, make sure the ground wasn't contaminated, get anything was approved. Moving on with the seeding crew. Seeding crew was with Navajo Mine, but our contractor came in and would lay pipe. lay pipe in the hot sun. We get into irrigation after that. But like I said, every day it seemed brutal in the sun, laying out hot pipe. But mentors that we had before us were encouraging, telling us drink water, hey, wear your shades and stay cool. We learned through that, and next thing you know, we're laying pipe, we finished pots, call pots, and we did get an opportunity to get they're hiring for BHP. We put in our applications, we weren't sure how it was gonna go, and next thing you know, I got hired. BHP took me on in 2016, and before that, seeing the workers at Navajo Mine, our plots were near the haul roads. So we had our sprinklers running. Being the only person in the plot, we wanted to showcase a water display. Like, they were our audience. We took that advantage to go over there, make sure all our sprinklers were turned, making sure everything was getting full coverage, and seeing the crush trucks drive by and just giving them we didn't know them, and it was cool. Some would honk, they liked the water, and it was cool. It was cool to display that. After getting on in 2016 and being able to see the workers in their environment, even in the changing room, in the hallways, it was like, wow, you guys, I knew of them. I started to learn their names, started to get familiarized with people, but they were highs and buys and have a good day. As we go on with the leadership program within the company, it was, they help you. They help you. I'm a lead person for our environmental group. And with that, there's programs that they give us to go through on teaching others, how would you want to be taught? How can you improve? What can we do together as a team? How can we make teamwork happen? And that, with that, I did get an opportunity to work with the safety crew. With the safety crew, it felt like a VIP pass going into everybody's work area. By then, I had learned what Marie does. She's a crush truck driver. I got to ride with her and see what she did in her truck. These trucks are huge. And being able to ride with them, look at the scrapers to see how they scrape their land, how they shape the land, down to end dumps that take from the topsoils. And it started to coming together of how much of a teamwork were needed. Moving on to back with environmental, working with our contractors that we have now, and showing them that passion of how can we improve on everything we do. Can't just come in and do a lazy job. How can we make things better? So teaching them why you're here, why you're watering the ground, why we're seeding, how much of an importance it is. And being on the plot, watering, I think the coolest thing was, oh man, everybody always told you, you're growing tumbleweeds. Thank you, Shaylin. And next we do have Brandon Johnson.
Brandon, before you speak, I'm going to ask speaker, I've never heard that sound before, so maybe we could incorporate that on the council floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Share Brandon Johnson. Share. Before for the mind, when I was younger, I used to help my, not least my father, build up the home. Oh, sorry. Doing that, I never knew one day I'd be working here
for the mine. That's too much work for me. I was young. But after high school, all the other jobs, I've been getting laid off, staying home. Finally, one day, got to the oil field business. Same deal. Working out of state, out of town. Just wanted to be home. For a while there, we stayed out of state. Finally woke up. I need to find me work around close to home. So I started looking around, still nothing. Finally got a job and still sending me out of state. Stay home with nothing to do. And then finally started having kids. And then before working for the mine, I was contracting. Worked there for 4 years. Just like they said, I laid down pipe from the plots, working on the sun. And then got onto the mine. 4 years with the company now. And they taught me a lot. Equipment wise, what we do out there. For a while, I'll be helping out the shop. I'll be here and there. And for a while, I'll be driving bin dumps, loading coal, loading dirt, hauling them off. And I finally got to the revitalization department. Work everywhere, all over the mine, here and there, help out in places. But I'm glad to be working for the mine, what they do for the company or the community, Navajo nationwide, how they've been giving back to schools, all the funding they do for all these different projects. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. And next we do have Sheldon Yossi.
Good morning. My name is Sheldon Yazzie, and did the red one on the paper, but I'll just come up here. Anyway, my name is Sheldon Yazzie, and good morning to everybody. I just want to say I'm thankful for working for Intel. It's made an impact on my family. To this day, my family is still burning coal to keep their houses warm during the winter. And everybody's close to home. They don't have to travel. Just go home from work, take care of your family, take care of your animals, take care of your farm. That's basically it. But I read it down all on the paper. So thank you for listening.
Next, we do have Raven Lee.
Dati Benjamin Madam Speaker, Chair Raven Lee and Chef my dish is not Chair the Chini versus Chi. Kachini das Chair, this Kane, Dashan Gonsan, Kabijinas, Sharosh. Here, proposition. President Trump signed it, like, yeah, came as a bonus. And then yeah, been a miner for over 31 years in Navajo mine. Navajo mines contribute a lot to the community, to the Navajo tribe. And thank you to Honorable Bates, that his resolution that Navajo tribe bought Navajo mine. And me and my fellow workers and union brothers and sisters lobbied hard for the tribe to get the okay. Now we still got our jobs, not just for us, but for the younger generation, younger generations to come. Because people like me are getting ready for retirement. We're going to be handing out our rings to our younger generation, the younger kids. And with this proposition, they get that chance to get the opportunity we did. we had to get their kids, our kids, and then to school and to colleges. And not just them, but we do have a lot of volunteer work we do. And the company does do a lot of giving funds to people like the veterans, like out in our chapter. They help us do yearly veteran ATV tour. And the company helps them out with that. And there's a KYA here in Kirkland, they sponsor too. Around the schools, they got little league baseball teams and stuff that they contribute money to. And without them, some of these programs won't be here. So we do a lot of fun that we give out. Even the employees, they got they give to United Way, Navajo Way, for funds to help out the tribe and run our community. As myself, I found out how that Navajo Way and United Way works. My sister's house burnt down one year, and they really helped out. They gave contributions for her hotel, food, clothes. They helped her out. So I am in United Way Navajo Way giver. So if it shuts down, then it's going to be a big impact on the Navajo Nation, our community, our chapters. As you know that when that Peabody and Black Mesa shut down, a lot of programs shut down. And I do want these programs to keep going, these funds and revenues that the mine has. I do like for you guys to support it and keep it going. That's about all I have right now. Thank you.
Hello, by K. Gerard Portley, Navajo Foundation.
Good morning. My name is Jared Corley. Today I speak as a resident of the community, a U.S. Navy veteran, father of four, and a proud employee of Navajo Mine for over 18 years. I started in an entry-level position, as most folks do at a coal mine, and worked my way up to the management level within the company. And through that journey, coal mining has been more than just a job. It's been a path to provide for my family, build leadership skills, and serve my community with purpose. Coal mining has created opportunities here that are not easily found elsewhere. It has allowed people like me and many others from the Navajo Nation to build stable careers without having to leave home. I've seen it firsthand how these jobs support local families, develop workforce skills, and keep our communities strong. It's about people, and it's about future generations being able to work, learn, and thrive right here. I believe we can mine coal responsibly, protect our land, and continue to offer good jobs and training for our people. I'm committed to doing that every day, and I respectfully ask for your continued support of coal mining. Thank you. I support Executive Order 14241. Thank you.
Mr. Corley for those statements. And next we will move on to Shannon Armstrong.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and council members. My name is Shannon Armstrong. I am from Daisy, and I'm here to give my personal testimony. So thank you for letting me speak. I'm also really nervous. So I want to say that I am the third Armstrong in my family to graduate. My brother only finished third grade. I grew up quite poor. It was a really hard life growing up. In my household, college never talk about it. It's not an option. I lived most of my life in a very reactive way. And I was hired on Intech 8 years ago. And I'm very grateful to work for Intech. I'm very grateful that I was hired. Working for Intech has changed my livelihood. It's changed the way I'm able to support my children. I have 2 children, and working here is allowing me to change the trajectory of how my family grew up. I'm working to put them through college. I'm working to help them grow into productive members of society. We are able to talk about college and talk about the future and talk about things of further education for my children. I worked in the oil field before that for about 11 years. When I was hired onto the mine, I fully expected to see just black and dust. I was very surprised when there was grass. There were a couple of rabbits running around, that we would feed, and we have, it's a bad stigma. You think it's going to be bad and dirty, and it's not. We have a whole reclamation department. I judged the mine before I made it out there. We have a whole reclamation department that takes the land and makes it better than it was before. We have a slew of engineers who love the land and who love the area, and they work to make it better and to take it back to what it was. It's a privilege to see all these young minds that are working to bring the land back. Navajo Mines was established in 1963, so for 60 years it has embedded itself into the community. There are so many programs that are supported by Navajo Mine. The Navajo Nation Fair barbecue, there's a big impact that they make. I think last year they fed 4,000 people. Navajo Mine, along with other companies, ABS and them. Navajo Yes is another program. Every year we give out turkeys, hams to community members, to chapter houses. The church program, we see a lot of elders come through, a lot of people who don't have heating come through, and they're helping that throughout the winter. And on top of that, direct monies that go to the chapters that support a lot of programs that I can't even list off the top of my head. So I just want to say that a lot of people may not support coal, but I think that a lot of people don't realize that they benefit from coal, either directly or indirectly. And if you're wearing polyester is made of coal fibers. And it fuels homes, it does a lot of things that I don't think people realize. Like Scott said, you don't realize what you have until it's gone. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Shannon, for your statements. And I also want to recognize Superintendent from Central Consolidated School District, Mr. Steve Carlson is also here with us. And we also have Assistant Superintendent from Central Consolidated School District, Peter Deswood. We would like to provide some moments for statements also from former Speaker of the Reservation.
I'm going to put my cat this way so you all know who to cheer for. Madam Speaker, and all your staff, and certainly I didn't expect this many folks here to be here this morning, but there's quite a few. Madam Speaker, I'm gonna not, you've heard all that you will continue to hear about jobs and the livelihood of most, if not all, the folks in this room. But I want to pose this question to leadership. In the event Navajo mine, Arizona Public Service go away, what do we have that will replace the revenue? And the revenue in terms of fossil fuel is up to around $200 million in that area. You see, maybe there's 200 employees here. But that doesn't take into account the other 2,000 to 3,000 that are out there working as we speak, both at the mine and Arizona Public Service. Where are they going to work? I saw the same situation when NGS shut down in Peabody. There was nothing that there was supposedly to be a transition. That transition hasn't happened today. If not all those employees, they've gone to the valley. And the valley benefits from the revenue that they generate and the taxes that are generated. It won't be any different here. You'll see a lot of these folks, if not all, move away because they have to support their families, as you've heard. So the revenue to jobs, you all get a statement, spreadsheet every month. It shows where the nation is. And you all know what that revenue generates in terms of investment dollars. You take away that up to $200 million, that reduces that money that would otherwise be earning interest. That goes away. You have 100 years-ish, right, of a reserve. Do we let that sit in the ground and not provide jobs, not provide revenue? It's sitting in the ground as a result of NGS and Peabody. Can the nation afford all of that? The first thing, as I stated right at the beginning, was what's going to replace the revenue and the jobs that are lost? Can the nation afford losing the revenue that's generated? It goes to the general fund. What happens to that reservoir? What happens to that 22,000-ish acre feet of water that is allowed to be pulled from the San Juan for the purpose of the power plant? That most likely, in my opinion, I could be wrong, but it'll go back to the state. And that water will be used in Arizona or stored in the dams down south. You lose that. So those are things that come to my mind for the future. And I'm talking on behalf of the miners in this room, but I'm also talking from the perspective of the Navajo Nation as a whole. That this particular mine provides. You don't have it again with APS or NGS and Peabody. That's gone. That's never coming back. This morning, I read on Facebook, when you retire, I get all my news from Facebook, all right? I mean, I know everything Facebook. So when I'm changing water or on a tractor, I was cutting hay this week, and I was on a swather and I parked under the shade. What did I do? Pulled out my phone and I read Facebook. Right? So this morning I read that in Canada, there was a coal company, our company, that shut down. And they decided, we don't care. In their words, we don't care what the feds are saying. We're starting this mine back up. And maybe they can afford it. But lastly, if APS, Navajo mine go away, and you realize that it was not the right decision, and the nation afford to bring it back online. So with that, Madam Speaker, thank you. Honorable members of the Navajo Nation Council ahead. And thank you for all the work. My name's not on the list, so I thought I'd take lead. So, appreciate it. Thank you.
Chanel, so it's good to have our leadership here with us this afternoon. So thank you again, Speaker Bates. Pagi General Kitchen, Zito, Tani, Dine, laid out in not at the Lord's Esto, Hatila, a woman and Talcom, Dinishli, though, the enough Tanto base or Yahande, Gish, a great art at the evening. No Hatsi, or Yahashina, what's on Kitchen, Ziki. Though Kotoshi Anna should not hold just a day, Anna in his Tasha, of course, although not. DTP the Hajin Jane Hanaho for public comments so that although Nebanas Dogi A Nat Brown. Nat Brown?
Madam Speaker, thank you once again for giving us this opportunity to be able to come up and speak. A lot of what I want to say, a lot of what Mr. Bates has to say, as I was directly impacted myself from where I'm actually from. So a little bit about what I want to talk about. First and foremost, I want to preserve the jobs and opportunities that's at the Navajo Mine, Four Corners Power Plant, and throughout all of it. I support that wholly. But I'm from Alabama originally. I've been at the Navajo Mine now for 3 years. But I've seen the impact of what happens when mines close and the impacts to the communities directly. I was directly affected by it myself. I'm a 4th generation coal miner, grandfather, great-grandfather. My father, my uncles, my brothers, they were all coal miners. That's all that I've ever known. That's what I was raised and supported by was what my family did, is coal mining. In 2016, the coal mine shut down in that area. The community of where I'm from, where I thought that I would raise my children, my grandchildren, was devastated by the impact of the mines closing. Because just like Mr. Bates said, it's much more than just all of our fellow people working here. It's everything else that supports the mines that goes along with it. The community, my hometown, the towns surrounding my hometown, all was developed and supported by mining in some form or fashion. When those mines closed, the jobs left. Vendors ended up having to lose a lot of their businesses, and many people, including myself, in order to find stable work, had to relocate. So I had to leave my extended family, my mother, father, the rest of my family, to try to find some way to support my immediate family. So I've moved across the South and worked at mines in Mississippi, Florida, Louisiana, before coming to New Mexico and working here at the Navajo Mine. But I got to a point in my life, as I've expressed with many of my coworkers here, that I needed purpose in my life. And the purpose that I found was most of it set in this room. I knew the impact of what happened in my hometown. I couldn't bear the fact once I started research for the Navajo Nation, the Navajo Mine, how much it funds, how much it supports the Navajo Nation. These members of the community, all of my coworkers. We have over 360 workers at the mine, over 500, including the group that's at the Four Corners Power Plant, and countless other businesses, vendors, and other support groups that support the mine. And I couldn't bear the fact of thinking that if it was to come to a point where it was going to close, how much that was not only going to impact the people that sat in this room, but the community as a whole in the Navajo Nation. Just as Mr. Bates said, there's a tremendous amount of revenue that's generated from this mine that helps support a lot, or a big portion of the Navajo Nation's general fund. And if it was to close, if there was to be something happening, if Intake doesn't step up and continue to do what they're doing right now to try to keep things rolling way past what APS claims that they want to shut that power plant down in 2031, it's going to be devastating for the Navajo Nation. I have witnessed it firsthand. I can't bear that fact. So I'm here to support the mine, support everybody that's sitting in this room right now. I'll do my best to continue to let the mine extend way beyond 2031 and for 100 years if it's possible. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And next we do have Ed Silverhat.
Yati Shikeshidime Adoshinanta and I saw Tani. She is a planet and she was she Polyconsideration. Ashkan Zora Shinal the Kitchen Bagade Horse Lake will get I did not shut. Shakando Zav Ibadi Ko in the Ashes Adoi Kade Shiprakation Ado Shikation in there Ade Naiso Tanibi Kaya Kedam is in Dashish BHP San Juan Line Westmoreland, Ajanash, so she 2019 I'm retiring stuff. I don't Peabody, there is Nashi, Ajanash, so Kitchen, Tech Home, so 1977 Yada, that's I think it's Itan China Nabe Ita Edo Did Adam Hito Nida PPE the Adabo that Denida Ado Chimba and Hanot Adobat no data. Should even not the shini. I had some really serious health problem. It affected my lung. I was diagnosed with pneumoconiosis, pulmonary fibrosis. So lung be scarring tissue. Celine at Alanso. Naso Zilio Tadia. They had to do a double lung transplant. Tashila. 都重回了，شبان سكيت هذا شنانتا بدينا نسوتها شيء تو تجربة سازة ويات إيدا أني بيسو إباهن له أني إيدا جو كنت تشو كيش كيجي إزليز إيدا شو كيش ويجي كدايتي وبعد ويجيها خاشن دنستي وتدوتي وغزا أدوي زميلي أوبي أبقى clean code car. There is no such thing as clean code. Other than Finanta, non clean other Finanta, other Lungai, I think they don't know what code is. The code a black money or the authority. Sheila. Other the year of Nenahnezad, it comes with medical law. So, Nenahnezad Muslimi, take what last year, Ajo this way, Kenya, Chula, Owens, Tiho John, who coined the bows in the Zilla, with bells. What education there? I literally I'm still recovering out heavily.
Yash, although Kunambana, Thogi, Anthony Simpson, knowledge.
Ready? Yeah, okay. Hello, my name is Anthony Simpson. I'm from Herfield chapter, 22 Nishna, touching a versus Chi, with Nenahnezad, Chiche, and Nashashe versus another. I am a contractor who works out at Navajo Mine, APS, NAPI, Westmoreland, and what we do for a living is we provide service for the mine. Biggest thing that we do is support the mine in their reclamation efforts. And through that, we employ, total with all the companies that we have, we employ 62 people. Let's see, 99.9% Navajo. So, I hear today you know what I'm talking about. So, being a proud Navajo myself, I want to support the younger generation to learn a craft. I'm a welder by trade, and it's gotten me this far. We've been in business for 19 years, and myself and my wife Roxanne, we own 3 companies. We own Norwest, Lucky Ridge, and On3 Dyno. 2 service companies and 1 automotive repair shop. I'm just a kid from the red, grew up like a lot of you. No running water, no electricity at times, no college, but anything is possible. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to work for Intech. We started out with BHP, then it went to North American Coal, and now it's Intech. And I really appreciate the support that they're giving us. And I'm here to speak in support of Executive Order 14241. It not only provides jobs, but it provides our employees with a sense of having something to do. And I think that's a big burden that we're having with our younger generation now, is that, especially on reservations, they don't have anything to do. And we don't have anything to do, we tend to get in trouble. So that's what I try to provide a place for them to make a good living and start a career.
Majority of our staff all start out as laborers, and they work their way up to operators, foremen, lead person, and eventually superintendents with our organization. And a lot of our guys, quite a few of the guys are here. They end up getting hired on with Intech, with mine, which I'm really grateful for because it's a really great opportunity locally. So a lot of the things that we participate in with the mine is we do the reclamation work, like I said before, and we also participate in another one of the programs. It's called CHIRP, where our crew, our company goes in there, screens coal for the community and stacks them up, and then we load them for the community members. So all the posts you see about people loading loading coal for the community, that's our crews doing that. And that's something I take a lot of pride in. The other thing we take part in with the Intech is the veterans organizations. So we recently helped with the post in Shiprock. We assembled a fence for them, and unfortunately, somebody vandalized that place, and that's just out of our control. But we'll do what we can to help them demo that building, get them a new building. So we're going to do our best to help the veterans as well. And things that our employees really benefit from this job is, for one, a well-paying job, and it's a reason to get up in the morning, and a place to earn, a place to learn and advance. And I think taking this away would be a big mistake for the local community, and not just for me as a vendor, but for the local community and all the good things that the mine does for the community. Like I said, we have 62 employees. Of those 62 employees, each household supports an average of 5 people. So that comes out to over 300 people that my little company supports. So, and like I said, one thing I really take pride in is we're 100%, 99.9% Navajo. So I speak on behalf of this order, and I support it, and I would appreciate if you guys would support it as well. It's doing well for the Navajo Nation. It's one of the entities that doesn't need no money from you guys. They're giving you guys money. So I would really urge you to keep that going. It's the technology that's there today is far advanced than it was in the past. Coal's always got a bad rap, and coal mines have always been told to be dirty and messy. I encourage you to come out and see this mine, especially the work that we do on the reclamation side. We basically turn bad lands into grasslands. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, for your statements. And next we will move on to K. Mark.
أنا توشيك هذا إسباب نيد مارتنشيا كي أنا نشلون بلغانا باششي توصلني أيدا شتشي دو تشيركي أيدا شنال تيجي تشجنوا لي أي سيدة ناشا شمادو شجاعي تاوتويدنا نش بعض خبنية 30-something years. After 4 defiance, you Shijado Shimabasan. Shimash Shisikek at 90 years old, and it's one of my greatest joys. Sorry. To have my mom stay with me, and for me to be the one helping her now. That's what we all live for, to be able to take care of our parents. And I'm so thankful I get to do that. I have the kind of job that is not an everyday go sit at your office or get in a truck and drive around kind of job. I have one of those jobs that changes from the morning to the evening, from the Monday to the Friday, depending on what's going on in the community. I'm a community engagement specialist. So many of the programs that I do benefit all the Navajo people that we work with. When I first started working in this company and in this area, it was 14 years ago, and the money that was made and generated and the programs, all the stuff went to Australia with the old company. So now when I go out there and I talk to the Navajo people and I talk to the people that I work with, I get to tell them this money stays here. all the money and the revenue that we generate, it goes back to the Navajo people. And I'm so proud of that. After all the different logos that I took off and put back on, I'm so proud to get to say that. I've been going to all the chapters, sharing the information about our NAV Energy Hub. And that NAV Energy Hub is what's going to transition NTEC into clean coal, clean energy. And that's where we need to go. We all know that. But right now, coal is still needed. You have to have that as the stable environment, the stabilizer in our energy. The community coal program, the one where we give all the coal out, we had 9,000 people come to Navajo Mine for coal. We also truck coal to chapters that want it. We work with our scholarship students. We have interns that we hire every summer to come get job experience. We're always looking for opportunities to try to expand and teach our youth. The one program that I'm probably the most proud of is our United Way campaign. At Navajo Mine, we run a United Way campaign, and our employees sign up to donate out of their own paychecks to give to San Juan United Way or Navajo United Way. We have over 120 employees who do at least one-time leadership giver $1,000 a year. And the most important thing about this is the company matches it every dollar. Last year, we raised over $200,000 and the company matched that same contribution. And that's from the pockets of all these people sitting here in this room. When you go to Navajo United Way, 60% of their money that they get comes from Navajo Mine employees and the company. When you come to San Juan United Way, 30 to 45% comes from us in a given year. So our employees are also behind a lot of the community programs that we do. They volunteer to serve food. They volunteer for Day of Caring. They volunteer when it's time to go out and help in the community. It's amazing to me when I go into my meetings and I start talking to them about what we're doing and what's coming next. And it's really exciting to see the passion behind the people that work at the mine. I was a teacher, and as a teacher, I come in here and I feel like it's so important to take those things that I learned and pass it down. I have 2 ladies now that I'm teaching to do what we do, and I hope when I'm ready to retire, which is soon, that they'll be there to help carry these programs on into the future of Navajo Mine and NTEC. Thank you very much.
And at this time, I'd also like to introduce a representative from Mr. Nenahnezad's office. We do have Cal Curley, who is also representing the representative's office too as well. Thank you for coming. All the way from Western Agency, Hiroshima. Council Delegate Nenahnezad. I'll allow her to introduce herself. Shema.
Oh, Yate, Chicago, Shipne, Shayam, Delegate Helena Nesgay, 23 in small acres of Sanabash Chin, Paidinet, that's Chicago, Nash, Kapaha, Ada Shanada, but our son, Amado, Amasanado, another national extra politician. Ado and I by the way, Gap chapter, the Upper Mine, the Chi Kaibito, and Tonalia chapters, Ebabishwas, and Haniado, the Bayada, from Hito. We had our Navajo generating station that pulled in coal from Peabody, but ours is gone now. So Ebony now, and he is thinking so in Haniado, he had.
Thank you for being here with us. Ado nana ade hano yakaki ado hadeste no seno ele kada initiative e ajabato gas e ajin kiche donsis Ado na sos eya de street no sinando so eya hoti. Ado sa resolution do di na sos aita na sos the ka ishagi e ya no sinando even hoti. So at this time, we are collecting both verbal, the survey, and also written comments. So if you do have it in written form, make sure to visit our staff at the sign-up table. And again, we will move forward with our participant listing here. And next, we do have Albert Nelson Jr.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, Council delegates, leaders, thank you very much. Albert Nelson Jr. For the teams, look out there. What's his team? Only this say, Sunny, that's another doubt, another circle. You see, in the way for the next year, Arizona. I don't go to cash in Farmington. I don't know, say, Navajo, my JS, 35 years of stuff. From the time I graduated from Utah Technical College back in 1977, it took me 13 years to find this job. Finally, I found it. I never gave up as being a welder. So whatever you do, whatever you're striving for, don't give up. I really like my job. I'll be going to work thinking what I'm going to do today, what am I going to put together today. It's so shocking. I'm not in the stove business. You go in, or I don't do that. I always stay positive when I go to work. Like to meet people. And what I learned from my job, a lot of safety stuff that I use at work and at home. It's out of and I was on the mine rescue team too. Because my kids were small. Just in case something happened to them or anybody, I learned how to go from first aid to first responder. Cold. I always say cold will never go away. Is that all? But there is a way of going around it. You always say, I don't call respirators. So there's ways of doing it. Whatever we do out in life, there's always a negative side, and there's always a positive side. It depends on you, how you can utilize it. It's like that. It's your choice. You have to make those decisions yourself. From going from one point A to point B. I'm hoping the company would come up with the apprenticeship program again. An electrician and piece of mechanic, not on work below with the whole year. Some of us are up there in the ages where soon we're going to have retirement, which is the highest. A lot of new young ones, not that this. I'd like them to have an apprenticeship program. If you're not able to end there, I know United Way, though. I'm in the United Way above 1,000. Through my grandfather, Samuel Tom Holiday. He was a Navajo code talker. Excuse me. Even Nation, money in that Navajo Code Talker Foundation. And there's other different organizations that we help out in that way. And then we help our kids with education, traveling. Maybe they need some clothes, maybe they need some uniforms. But now they become each organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. And then next we will move on to Dr. Karma Claw. Oh, yeah, honorable members of the council, Nenahnezad Nasiniki Ikia Konikis Mathol and Holjish, Shavits Administrator, Kifichi Mashichi Kia on the Shichibo, Lashe, Tashanella, Katnazena, Elijah Sadagi, Asian machines in a Punzal, Holjish, and chapter 8 in Anasha. The cohort on Hijit. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today as we consider the implications of the federal efforts to revitalize the coal industry and what it means for our nation. As Diné, we have a long and complex relationship with energy development. For nearly a century, our lands have provided coal, oil, and gas as our industry out in Anna. Resources that have filled the Navajo Nation government and brought electricity to distant cities, while many of our own have gone and remained in the dark. The greater Anna oil field alone has generated over 40% of the nation's total revenues. It helped to build the governmental institutions, fund services, and sustain decades of operations all across Diné Bikaya. As I'm thinking about it, it's really nice to be sitting in a cool building, right? And thinking about how much energy that takes. As we hear proposals to bring coal back into economic favor, we must ask ourselves not just what is possible, but what is right. What is sustainable and what aligns with our Diné values and our long-term goals as a sovereign nation. Our ancestors taught us that everything in life is part of a balance. It's up to us to maintain that balance, not in only how we live with one another, but in how we live with the earth, the Himana Hassan. Natural resources extraction is not foreign to us, it's part of our history. And we've always had a reciprocal relationship with nature. So the question is, for whose benefit, under whose terms, and with what safeguards? For me, as an Aneth resident, those are really important questions for me. We must begin to move away from the models that treat us as passive recipients of royalties. Instead, assert our full role as full owners and decision makers in these decisions and practices. For too long, we've accepted agreements from outsiders to extract our minerals, including the wealth from our land, and we're left with the environmental damage, health crises, and just a fraction of the profits. So let me be clear in saying that sovereignty is more than just political recognition. It's also an economic power. We cannot claim to be sovereign if we continue to let others operate and profit from our resources, while we receive only a sliver of the return. Sovereignty must mean self-determination over the resources of our lands. So this moment to me presents as a choice. Some want to revitalize, some want to extend. Others see a future in renewables, in technology. But for us, the question is not coal versus solar or wind. It's how, as Diné, we choose to engage with our land on our terms. And this is where our philosophy is where
The strength and clarity in thinking about this comes from land is not just a commodity. It is a relative. Nenahnezad is not a metaphor, it's a truth. We do not extract without ceremony, without intention, without accountability. We are finally at the point in the neck where we can assert that choice. We are not anti-development, we are pro-balance. We can be resource protectors and resource developers. It's not a contradiction, it's a necessity. We must stop negotiating from a position of scarcity. We're not poor, we're so rich in so many things, we're underclaimed. The land and the wealth beneath us, the way that we manage it must be on our terms. So let us recognize the need for a deliberate and just energy transition. Like many of our fields, Anna are in decline. It's irresponsible to pretend that we can sustain a nation indefinitely on resources that are fading. And it would be unjust to abandon the communities that endure the burdens of extraction without reinvesting in them. This transition must be community informed, sovereignty driven, and culturally grounded.
Thank you, Dr. Paul, for those statements. And next we do have Dana Benali.
Hello, Yate, Shea, Donna, Benal, and Chef. I reside in Brooklyn, New Mexico. I change live toward the Chidi, but she's cheating Kia on the Shishay. I'd like to take a few minutes to share something that means a lot to me. My experience working at Navajo Transitional Energy Company, Navajo Mine, and how it impacted my life and my family. From the moment I started, I felt welcome. The atmosphere is like family, supportive, encouraging, and respectful. That environment made me want to do better, work harder, and grow both professionally and personally. Because of this job, I had the chance to return to school. I'm currently working towards my bachelor's degree in business administration. It hasn't been easy balancing full-time work, full-time student, and being a wife, mother, and grandmother. But I stayed focused because my motivation is my family. In 2018, I became the first in my family to graduate from college, earning my associate's degree in office administration. That was a huge moment for me. It showed me that with determination and support, anything is possible. Now I see the same determination in my daughters. Thanks to the steady income from my job, I've been able to support their education too. My second oldest will be graduating from Carrington College, receiving her associate's degree in nursing. And my youngest has just started her first year at Salmon College. I'm so proud of them. This job has given me more than just a paycheck. It's given me the ability to provide for my family, to raise my grandchildren in a stable home, and to be an example of what's possible when you work hard and believe in yourself. So when I say I love my job, I mean it because it helped me break cycles, build the future, and give my children the opportunities they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. And next we do have Udell Ellison.
Good morning, Speaker and Council. Thank you for listening to us today here. My name is Udell Ellison. I'm from Red Mesa, Utah, and I'm a pastor for Time Has Come Ministry Church. And I've been working here with the Intech or the mine for over 30 years. And We have over about 400 people, or even with the contractors working with Intact here on the mine site. Also, our people here, they give to United Way, Healthy Way, United Way, and Navajo Way. They give to, and we want to keep that going. And I think that this mine has a great opportunity for our future, and not only for us as employee for our future, but the whole nation of Navajo Nation. See, we supply the coal to our people all the way across the reservation. They come from all different places. And this is the only one that I know that still gives free coal to our Navajo people. And that's the energy that we learned when I grew up, that we use coal for heating and woods that we use. But also, it gives the financially support or owning the Navajo tribe owning this mine and will be a power plant too. And financially, it goes back to the people. And I like to see that keep that going for our people. In my lifetime, I know that they have winds and solar system for energy. I remember when I was a kid, we had windmills, and the windmills all don't work if we don't have winds. And I remember when we had cattle, horses, and sheep, and when there's no wind, we're out of luck because we didn't have electricity too. But that's where I know that windmill can't always work, because I have solar system, our solar system at my home, and I know that when this winter that when there's no sun coming up, all the powers that I had don't work no more. But I believe that coal can be sufficient as a yearly that we know how, and also that I believe that a long time ago, back in the 1800s, when these treaties were made, we as Navajo people only allowed to have 18 inches of ground to be used for agriculture and for our livestock. But I know right now, to this day, as a Navajo mine, we're going under, way deep under, for minerals that we can use on our reservation. I think that we had that sources and that opening for our future Navajo Nation is a good idea. I think that's why I stand behind this executive order. And also that we can sell these coal all the way across around the world too, because a lot of those things are being shipped out. And I think that this, I believe that this coal mine and the power plant can come back for the future. I believe that those other things that come out, they're all temporary, it's good, but I believe that this power plant can survive because we're a sovereign nation. I believe that I can count on you guys. You guys came out to listen to us and to trust you, and I believe that and trust you that this thing can make it happen. And I believe in you that these executive orders that are here in front of us is just like chance we had. The only chance we had with Lou Nyman and President Trump put this before giving it back to us. They believe that we can do something about it. That he counts on you to do something about it, and I believe that too. And I feel that this is where our Navajo people have hope in. So I believe that we can, you came out to listen to us, and we respect that. To our leaders to come in and sit before us and look into your eyes and to be on one-on-one with you. I know there's a lot of lies and a lot of media tells different story, but I know better than that. We hear from each other. I respect that in the term that we can have that relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ellison. And next we do have Lucinda Yellowman Denali.
Good morning, Yate, honorable council delegates. Thank you and welcome to Nenahnezad chapter. This is the Nenahnezad chapter right here. I am Lucinda Yellowman Benali, Toyed Leaning Short Hanesani, Bashin, Eshin, Edashanalado, Lizachi, the Shichi, Lizachi, the Chi. Okut and Kidishni Dole. I am the past president of this chapter, also having served as secretary treasurer and vice president. And I am a retired educator, having retired from Central School District after almost 30 years as a secondary school counselor. I just wanted to remind you, to let you know that the Nenahnezad chapter was certified as a Navajo Nation chapter back in November 10, 1955. And since then, we've had 9 council delegates, and the first one being Shanaleskin, Suida Hastin Yellowman. And we've had 9 delegates since then, and presently with our honorable council delegate, Ricky Nez. Nenahnezad is a very interesting chapter. We have our irrigation system, but most importantly, today I want to let you know that back in 1953 is when the Utah Construction Company obtained a permit from Navajo Nation to prospect for coal. However, even before then, we had 2 coal mines here in the area that was operated by our community members. John Russell, Ogende Nietzsche, he had a coal mine that mined coal from under this area, and the entrance was right by the river here on the north side of the chapter. Then up here, where Area 1 begins, was Bigay. He had a coal mine up there. And these 2 gentlemen were providing coal to our community and surrounding communities way back then. So back in 57, the lease was finally approved to go ahead and mine the 24,000 acres back then. And then in 1960 was when APS and Utah Construction Company started the Four Corners Power Plant. So back in 2001 is when BHP Billiton came into being, and then in 2013, NTEC was created. And there were 54 permits that were bought out completely or partially for NAPI development and Upper Fruitland and Nenahnezad. And the compensation for each of these permits wasn't even equal to the purchase rate outside of the Navajo Nation. And I wanted to remind you that, and Ricky has heard me sing the same old song, that the Nenahnezad chapter is the most impacted Navajo Nation chapter because of all the energy development. We have to the east, the NAPI, Navajo Agricultural Products Industry, and to the south, from up on the hill, all the way to Burnham, and beyond by Navajo Mine. And then to the west, we have the power plant. And that leaves us very little land for community development, for home sites, for children, grandchildren. And that's how we are so impacted. There are still 41 grazing permits that are active today. And back in the day, we had the Chenalien and all the others had 100+ heads of sheep that they herded up there in the area. And I wanted to also remind you that, of course, through all this development, the Nenahnezad chapter has received not a penny directly. However, through the relinquishment of their permits, they've contributed $50 million plus to the Navajo Nation coffers and to the state of New Mexico. So, and then now we're still providing for people, 9,000 people that come from coal every year. But anyway, I just thank the great Creator God for providing us this beautiful land.
Yeah, Shema, thank you for your many years of leadership. So it's good to see you here, Shema. Next, we do have Leonard Palmer Sr.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I don't thought I'd been not and the video are response on the next okay. Yeah, she correct that this gender or senior with the social. I don't mention the next and mention what she but she what she did none of the Sunday that she at the next Toric I in Asha. The Kadishia other Aku, she never went downside of that. So after the Nasha, Akmandia, to Shah, and then National. Correct, if you the Shade, quite not by down, she told the art. You can't talk for having that on you should all need. A call, thought not the little. How one not the little Sadia, it's a bit in us, like, what's the Debicaya, Alina, I went to your church. Amber, she was telling me one time I was following her around. Every time we go to chapter meeting, she would be there. You again? A couple should say those love it in das ne. It pasne the intent. Elia. 22nd Navajo Nation Council intent today. 22nd Navajo Nation Council. There's some values. They know the intent. So that's the Nigeria economic sovereignty with all the Joe Nanashase, Joe Tanda, Joe Sedo, uninhibited or Franco. So Ebika Downey. When another so area fiction, natural resources, fiction that today in Pokon, slowly. Kanda, Atabakanda, Jota, saying on Society and David held up a city without me. Aro value, but not trade without me. If it can need so. Tarnes, so a young Mana, Sambada, young without me. If she don't talk, don't care. She button than exist without me. If it can need. Dines, so a projects. Projects that are still job at this job at count hello that still for detail that of need all this of me. Go even now, the debit of a cut 1 year Isla, big national. The Fiat benefit in there, art, the Katatia, Fiat, they supported the San Juno in there, Shabbat Hanos. Okay, not for this zero. Yet, everyone, Juno Jinde is so day. I don't know the the Imshal safety manager, Shlida Aja, Navajo Manja, 7 years Ishla, but I was safety for 15 years. Part 72 talks about health, talks about educating your employees wearing respirators when you're working with cold. Auto education, training, auto respirators at the Ada banana, pada has been that she generally get a house don't generate this other arts for the nation and the war. To Anchidayata County, the state, Navajo Nation, this is basically the name. They harder, they is shut and not good on it. Nationally, George Kitchen, to George that need to go. For Yat, can't make just on it. Actually, she when the area technology, but I need to do nothing Catholic. Are in hope wants any not so the Hanani, the aid of Kaita, I need not at Tishini. Okonso, the E at 10, 0 emission, 8 out. It a need Obiga, 8 and John, but not but I get the name John that the John can't make chocolate. On so that. I see that the door here is the crush out at Rich has seen.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer. No, Nenahnezad Raymond John Senior.
Yat Shanantai. Che Raymond John Senior in Shek. Not only Nez, the Shning, to yet or yet as no. I don't hate cut as the lead not. Don't hold in school, I need Korea. I can't get seen what shit. And get your need or shit. I mean, no better. Ako here, Nakhano, Kaki, by his. You see, now the shit I had known that and dead. Where, and he needs it that non kind of Kaki here. Akasheo, I get a shit over there. Arizona Public Service just cutting over a car Shanaka. Ajay, this 1971 at this. 1970s when EPA was formed. So I'm the EPA area. I thought emission, yeah. He another dog, please. Another dog, please. Pero it I had started. His non had he not everyone who's emission controls the EPA mandated, we went in and cleaned it up. So the power plant was following everything and meeting the stringent mandates the EPA had mandated us. We're evolving, the mine and the power plant are both evolving for not enough. Nor safe, and it's learning as it's growing, as it's moving forward, and it's AI going up in staircase. No, it's working together. Ako Nenahnezad mission at community shift not on shrinking ego ko shift lato o dako at the niliyate Hashtag ya EPA as a niligi echo ya consume shito as what ising but have done get have or so enjoy ako do the not only need lenigi. Let's keep the Navajo talent here. Nakachinin na ikaya nakanahe doka. Ikitana doka niya. At nishit are so candido hit a bad at the lenigi. Let's come together and create opportunity. Let's create an opportunity through coal, through our natural resources. A chinandad nesto, a iconican nas typo. Yat a nasty ha. The nanny didn't have any kid or live. I don't let son of a ghost candy, it over the rose candy, that only. On as if the killing check on us, ye don't live. A hot oil, kapan, suskis. I don't. Shift has other of what the shift has done. She agent she yet not agent. I look as a pseudo agent. So there's 3 generations of my family in coal-related industry. At this generation, someone college, Nakata, Shito, Daniel, Yazi right here. School of Energy, Samuel College, Nakata. The Chile, Kido Chinani, Kingo, Petit, Con, but 15 was a really young Akanash, because I have no heart of a day, no, but they have to go up, they have to go down southeast New Mexico. Hard shank, I see you. Where in Hidoki, Jim, go up on here, Katanora, And that we can just revitalize Joel that the just shape on Hapan skills. Ado in Tana area, yeah, when Hadahos, Ado, Kurolificha has sea, Chinan, Ado, animal leadership.
Cash, thank you for being here too. Ado Kuner Banasco, GA Stephanie Benali.
Thank you for giving me this time to talk to you about my story. For the cheating shredo, top on him, Pashishi, touchy Irashachedo, for the cheating national. Abijinas at the eight, Ade Ayusinasha. My story, I want to start after graduation from high school. I graduated from Shiprock High School. I went to the University of New Mexico in Albuquerque. I started school there at Otto. I applied for scholarships with APS, Four Corners Power Plant, and I got scholarship money there to help me pay for school. Otto, they hired me as an intern there for 3 summers. 3 summers I worked there. After that, I was hired on at APS. I worked there for 5 years. 5 years. I worked there. Worked with Marshall Plummer. He was my manager there at the power plant. So he taught me as well. You need to do it yourself. Don't say sha. Don't get that word out of your vocabulary. You need to do it yourself. Go to school, apply for jobs, do it yourself, help your family out. Take that sha out. Otto, I was hired on with, I applied for BHP Billiton, was hired on there. So I've been in the mining industry. This is going to be my 15th year. So with that, I was able to provide for myself, have a steady income, benefits, retirement, thinking about retirement from there. Our employees at Intech, they have good wages, steady wages. They can provide for their families. Their benefits, provide for their families to go to college as well. You've heard some of the stories. They weren't thinking about college. They weren't thinking about graduating. Now they're able to do that for their families. Retirement, they're thinking about, okay, I can retire. I have enough money I saved up. I have enough money. I can do this. And so that way they can bring the new generation in as well. We partner as well with the local schools, Navajo Technical University, San Juan College, Connect College, and bringing interns as well to work for the summer, give them that job experience. So I'm proud of the interns as well. This is a starting point for them. They're thinking and planning for their future. So that's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, Stephanie. And next we do have Irma White.
Irma White in the chef to the Jamie the Schlick, Daffy Bashichin, Nakaitanet the Shado, Ashimi the Schnellet. I am from Naizi, a chapter of Naizi, and originally from Chaco Canyon. So I appreciate your opportunity to speak to you guys about my story and how I support the proclamation and what Trump has signed. So, as I stated, I am from Naizi. My parents are Reno Burrito and the late Archie Burrito. I work at Navajo Mine in Human Resources. I truly am supported by everyone in my company. With school, we have opportunities in all realms of the mine site, whether it be from
learning the different trades and through the apprenticeship programs, and giving back to the community with United Way, Navajo United Way. And there's a lot of bad stigma that comes, people talk about the mine, but there are a lot of good things that does happen within the mining industry as well. If you're a traditionalist, we do have ceremonies and things of that nature that we offer for employees to be a part of. We protect Mother Earth as well. And, this opportunity at Navajo Mine has always given me to either go to school, be more educated, understand the different policies and everything that comes within the job, supporting my family, as well as my other generations, my grandmothers, my parents, my sister, my siblings, everyone. I contribute to their well-being as well. So I hope you make a good choice. Thank you.
We'll call up Eleanor.
She Eleanor Smith, she had not opened touchy in Slonky and Paschi. She said that she made that she not is submission. My mom grew up in Navajo on Zithy or Black Mesa, and she lost her precious childhood homelands to relocation. I grew up in Nenahnezad, where her relocation home was built, and where we have many abandoned uranium mines. My husband and I raised our children in Shiprock, and where we have a farm. In this area, we have a history of coal mining and power plants that has burdened our environment with detrimental impacts to land, air, water, livestock, and especially to our people. Studies show that our genetic people die from cancer at 4 times the rate of the rest of the United States. For decades, our people have seen huge transmission pylons running across our reservation, right in front of homes without electricity and running water, delivering electricity to cities and towns off our reservation. The tragic era of the Navajo Hopi relocation should be a reminder and lessons learned that the extraction industry has not brought the promised wealth to our people. Black Mesa is now left in a worse state today, with their aquifers depleted, inadequate reclamation, starving livestock without vegetation. Most of my Zithy relatives were left to suffer the devastating impacts of relocation, livestock reduction by shooting of their animals, clear cutting, inhumane treatment, and human rights violations of Zithy residents for decades, compounding intergenerational trauma, which you can hear the emotional voices of those who spoke at Forest Lake Chapter, who overwhelmingly spoke in opposition to more coal mining. Our reservation has been designated as a national sacrifice zone for extractive industries to exploit for the last 100 years, and this must stop. This is environmental injustice that creates a huge equity gap for our genetic. We cannot continue to sacrifice the health and well-being of our people and our Mother Earth, Nenahnezad. Decades of extraction has only benefited the prosperity of the cities and people outside our reservation. These are the reasons why I'm here to say Dorda to any more coal and fossil fuels extraction in our communities. We want to be able to ensure that our children, our grandchildren, and great-grandchildren have clean water to drink, uncontaminated lands that they can farm on, and clean air to breathe, so they can thrive in a healthy environment to carry on our culture and language as the Mokata in that. We have not been given an adequate consent process,
and an unbiased educational report by a third-party entity outlining both the pros and the cons of many of these mineral extraction proposals. Now, in wanting to buy Four Corners Power Plant to continue fossil fuel coal burning, which adds more carbon to our atmosphere and help create the climate change chaos that we are in now that is warming our planet. Instead wants to use carbon capture sequestration to capture the carbon and bury it underground in the San Juan Basin. If this happens, we face the threat of groundwater contamination and dangerous carbon breaches in the event of earthquakes. Environmental scientists have tested CCS and concluded that it is not a solution for climate change, that it does not meet the clean standard rates and should not be funded by any government. We need a just and equitable transition to a more truly clean, fossil-free economic energy future. Let's sustain solar, wind to benefit our genetic communities first. Put our precious, scarce water resources first for our people. No more to industry. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith, for those comments. Adog adie dajan na all kid. Malagana enjoy lunchtime listening say ajan na all kid. Atashi the le trading the hajin jobs is that we to ado koje yan so khaya kuje jinoba ni to kodo chairman Rikinez kodo chiya patso to please you could provide a location for our lunch this afternoon, Chairman.
Speaker Curley, Aro Peshwasa, Nigin Hanoya, Aroshidna, Nafisko. Nehitsada, it's Hasot. Orishna, I'll kid out later. And that's sort of the Mekau, seeing the Chiani Gishia something. I can't need to. Yarari, he thoughts of it. Nate called if it again go. Olado yon tail and it again lane. Ah, nay, I hear he lane Navajo and he could just slip over. Hans, so she in a bed and that is in Lido. What's what is and way are not in Nankin, oh, in another had it. He was not a Rosa. Honey, air, she said, what end of it's not or she not can no it's not cheap and again and can again clean it or get it in a bed. It's just like it's not a shame for all. Can need legal or Nasi can legal less than had a hamster or she not kids in I don't want you on Australia, Gishin Public, so you are telling me it's benefit for benefits. Oh, you want it, Aaron, again, Lenny, that you'll see how it's under and what's up in history, only so much in your body and given us Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Chairman, for that prayer for lunch. And we're going to break for 30 minutes. And if we could have our elders go first in line, and lunch will be served to my left.
have a long listing that are still willing to speak. So if you could also silence your cell phones or any conversations. So we want to be respectful of one another. And we will resume our public hearing. So if we could calm down and also put our side conversations. Each kid of it. Auto shut it. Council delegate and chairwoman of our resources and development committee, Brenda Jesus.
Deja, Adoyat, and Kiddish, Shanatani, to the legislative services staff. I know today is a national holiday, right? But staff are here, and I also appreciate the Nenahnezad chapter staff and elected officials for the hospitality. Anire kushitoche she ya Brenda Jesus and Chiedo Sinajin Shlo Torchi Bashin Panaki Dashido Tuhane Dashanada Akuta Aya the Nat Sanado Amato Amasana Dashle Ado Lech so Deda Ade Ya Chishikedo Dishi de Eya Benchbansa Anna Ajit so do Tejin Tisi Ahabanasha. A resources development committee ajit Shananish Lilish. A call Konso Age that they see Donana Hemach Deja Kodo, why the Egypt and Yapo, I Pia Hashim Sogo, not Ani, Diego, why she needs Doku Dini Hashim Sogo, Habiki Don they did that Hosto they so they go your tour at the house, so he or die, they cannot guide a kuta a didn't have created or so that's how yeah. Thank you.
And chairwoman, council delegate for the Jesus, Ado Shake, Nahano Yahaki, so a shahat to the day. A public hearing on the Trump's executive order 1426 a do Hashim Abba Kesto Shinhat Abdul Tisno Seneki Ebe Kahoti Adot Ada Ayata Shop Bahati A Shehat Kidishni Ado Sana Sos Abukate Shivnos and also Eben Kahoti written and both verbal comments are being collected on your stance on the executive order. Kwaki John Janabokon and He Hashit Yanda Tido Hashit Ayanda Kiss. No home base for the Sana Argent Kiss a Hashashi Hike Ade the initiated the dog the initiative a Adika a Ade Nihik the Smiths over the no even a Chipon Honey Craig. So again, thank you to our chapter leadership of Nenahnezad chapter for giving us the space, even though it's a federal holiday. Joe Natani Jolo a federal holiday, holidays at the no weekends. Conde Nisha, Adon hit Conde Kauda. Okay, so we're happy to be here, even though it is a holiday, but this is a very important discussion. The question they na khaya ta patan ta di they hashashi here so 25th Navajo Council but on hik ebichen dikha do hashi ta in it. I think my microphone is going out here, but that's probably my cue to start the listing again. We do have many participants still listed in queue. So we have over a listing of 70 comments that need to be recorded. So all of these comments will be put on the record. So we will put a timer that is here. So we will resume with our listing. Next, we do have Cheryl Martin.
Yate, my name is Cheryl Martin. I live in Shiprock. Again, I'd like to say thank you for all of you being here. You're going to listen to us, and I'm here to support the Executive Order 14261, not only for my behalf, but for everybody, because you guys are awesome. I don't know if anybody ever acknowledges you as workers. You work really hard for your family. You provide for your family. Thank you. You know, and you work safely. You work safely for the family. You take your benefits, your wages. You support your family. You help your relatives. That's what we do as Native people. We're always there helping other people. So, thank you. Again, my name is Cheryl Martin. I am employed. Today is my day off. It's a federal holiday for us. And I'm very blessed to have worked for the company I work for 40 years. We generate the power. We are the ones. You flip the switch, you turn the light on. A lot of us take that for granted. Our company has also helped with, what is it called? When you, light Navajo? Light up Navajo. So we've helped with that. Transmission, those utility poles, the wire lines, we've helped with that. Let me digress. I've been working at the plant for 45 years. Majority of that time, I was a single parent. And because I worked there, I was able to raise my 2 kids. They are both on their own. They graduated from college. My daughter's a dental hygienist. My son works for Gwinnett College. You know, so I'm very blessed. Yeah, thank you. I want to say thank you for my dad. He's no longer with us, but I know his prayers for me working there, even before when I was going to school. His prayers helped me to be there. I'm a second generation power plant worker, I guess you could say. He built PNM San Juan Power from the ground up. My brother used to work there. In fact, he fell into, when they were building foundations, 20 feet into the ground. And luckily, he only had a sprained ankle. You know, thankful for that. Again, you know, please support this. We have our families, our friends, My uncles have worked in the coal mine, my cousins, Pittsburgh Midway, my uncle, Misha Eliezer worked there. Kayanta Mine, another uncle worked there. So, we have all of that. That's how we're making our life. One of the recommendations that I was thinking about is the transmission lines, the switch yards, how the power goes. I don't know if you've looked into maybe getting some type of revenue from that. There's all of that, all of that is powering outside. And I know we do get some power from NTUA, and the utilities here locally do provide power in that way. Also, I think we do have a lot of changes that happened way back in the beginning. I know it wasn't really regulated, but now there are a lot of strict rules. The US EPA, air quality, all of that, the water, all of that is regulated by the US and the Navajo EPA. The only reason why I know that is because I worked for the plant manager for 2018 all the way, 98 to 2018. So now I'm in the engineering department. I'm working with the engineers. We have a lot of very smart Navajos, all of them. I know it.
Cheryl, for those comments. Ado Kunenbana Sogi E Brianna Benawi.
Hello. It was a long walk from way back there. So I want to share my personal story with you guys. I work at Navajo Mine. I'm an environmental specialist at Navajo Mine, one of the 5 environmental specialists over there. So, but before I was an employee at Intech Navajo Mine, I was a student. And even when I was an employee, I was supported by pool, and that was through scholarships. So I got my associate's degree in environmental science at Gwinnett College, and BHP gave me a scholarship to pay for my school. Although I went on to get my bachelor's at the University of Arizona, and I got my bachelor's in natural resources with the emphasis in ecology, restoration, and management of rangeland. So at that time, APS funded me all 2 years that I was there. So without their support, I wouldn't have been able to get my associate's and bachelor's degree. Although I started working at Intech in 2018, so I've been there just over 7 years now. And working at Intech, it provides a lot of opportunity. And one of the things that they were able to help me with was get my master's degree. So in 2023, I talked to my leadership team and I said, I'm interested in getting my master's degree. They were supportive and said, yeah, do it. So I got my master's degree in project management at the Arizona State University. So I graduated in December, and it was a good opportunity. It wasn't hard. They were really behind me. They supported me, and that's just the atmosphere there in Intech. Is they'll support you in training. They'll support you if there's any safety concerns. And as an environmental specialist there, I can tell you that we follow all the federal regulations that are set forth on us, whether it's by EPA, the Office of Surface Mining Reclamation and Enforcement, Fish and Wildlife. So if we didn't abide with those regulations, we wouldn't be in operation. Reclamation is a big deal. I do the planning, scheduling for reclamation and revegetation. I work with some of our, younger engineers that are coming up, the things that we're doing at Navajo as far as reclamation, it should be shown, that should be, the standard, throughout the mining industries. Last year, 2024, we won a national award for excellence in surface mining. So, that's comparing a Navajo-owned business to all other mining industries in the nation. And that was something that we were really proud of. And, we're very careful of how we approach, every stage of mining. So, I support the executive order. And it's just not me, it's just not management, it's the workers too. They're the ones that are executing the work. They're the ones that come up, show up every day because, they need to support their families, but they come to because they enjoy their jobs. So, I, want to encourage you guys to really support the order and, really consider it. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Brianna, for being here and also providing that testimony. Next, we do have Mr. Larry Noble, Shiash, also a former council delegate. And then let's go.
Good afternoon, Nenahnezad, members of the council. First of all, thank you for the nice lunch. Beef is always good. Yeah, Nenahnezad, Larry Noble again. I reside in Steamboat, Arizona. The time to find change University for the Chini, for the Koje, the Chini. Nenahnezad, so Honey, Fabian, Yagi, on the large, she doesn't seem to even gay or he doesn't seem no, for even gay and Nenahnezad. Did it say her kid, not asked to by yet he and I shoulder bad. Ocean heated of teeth and knee. There is pros and cons with coal industry. By Bayat Hagi for not of it, or Bayat Hagi of no. Is she John Habans of Costanani, Tinigi, Kevin, Tinigi, Egiziki, ya, Annie, Nan, she is a Honodo base of Japan. And the Coachable, ya, eight of Bayat Hagi, ya, and Cisia. At Cisia, Nzago, Benina, oh, you, he came Tinigi, Tinigi, the old Soba. Even in now, has all her bonds, kids, and again, oh, her Yugan, quite based on my son, and it's in that, oh, her Yugan, again, get Yana, or the equal. No, great to the chief of God, then as in a kid, in Diego, hit the house, neat, and the secretary, the house, Nemo, that's not a bonds of case. Even now, teaching her getting it up in the cars, rather than hires the sheep bed, which now that's other lobbying efforts. Even naturally, what that's ne? We can't then give it cease, gender has tea. I see quite again. To her jaw, bar yard, as to make it in the cease, now, show her quite. Like lung disease, myeloma, cancer, appreciation of that. Oh, you, it never, it Jato, Mutabaniki, Hardan scars, scars evening now, but no, Japan in the border of the street. Crep evening now, I don't say it, for the Diego, sea aquifer, in aquifer. Ito to Niki so Aja was known that by all the banks of case. Other than the Quigoshia need Beijing Dutch Beso Aya can take other to the chamber, and it never be that. mini meals project of yes, Nenahnezad. In Latin based on that, I been that and today, changing that in Carlos then other mini meals project at all, the not English, the whole youth network. For one that though, Coach Eda's in the artist of weapon that Cohort is 8-0. Other just need for this cheated and it all that. Change of patterns and it also wants some case and I don't that either. So, nature is nature and that's the job on some case. Shinny out to the K. Yaka nothing is that of near. Evening now go a fat egg that just not being dated and I saw there's just a like a big sack. The nature referendum. What all the negative get is the logic so thousand change of an now are columns of an now it doesn't know this. The Washington the benefit of Diego Beta was national. The nanny clinic the Kakish clinic Paishi. And she was named or young, she was named water. Quite young, upon a system. 80% of she was even young, yes, and I cash hours.
Yes, Yash, Larry Noble. And next we do have Norman Patrick Brown.
Yate, my name is Norman Patrick Brown. I am son of the Aro People 28 Basis Chi. Anilaki, the Shinala Kapachi. Chili there, I want to thank you for providing us this opportunity. I'm proud to say that I'm a lifelong activist against extractive industries here on the Navajo Nation. In the 70s, the 80s, I worked with grassroots communities affected by oil and gas pollution and the relocation of the Big Mountain community and the communities of relocation. Over my lifetime, I've traveled the Navajo Nation as an advocate, organizer, and spokesperson, where I had been asked by many grassroots communities to speak on their behalf. And I want to thank you, Stacia, for your leadership. I want to thank the Navajo Nation women for holding our nation together. Chundee Parrish, Sherilyn Yazu, Amber Crowdy, Brenda Jesus, Jermaine Simonson. You are out there speaking on our behalf. And right now, I had a written statement, but now I'm just going to basically just tell you how I feel. I oppose this. There's nothing beautiful about coal. There's nothing beautiful about a Navajo leader embracing a president who is racist, who is bigoted, who has done everything in his power to deny us our treaty rights, Indigenous people. I was really offended to see him over there in Washington without speaking to the grassroots people, to the communities. And as I stand here, I admire your leadership, Shadeja, Speaker Curley, where you stood up against the senators, against corporate America, against the officials, against counties that want to come onto our lands. You stood firm. I've read your statements. Nenahnezad, thank you for going to Washington and speaking on behalf, so forcefully, on behalf of our people. It is true that the women do hold our families together, and you're holding our people together. I'm really disappointed in our leader. It seems like every session, all the legislation, you are redoing his work, and I wonder if we need a president. But when I came here, I saw a room full of union members here. I want to thank you. There is beauty in how you work hard for your families, and how you love your community, and how hard you work for your community. Thank you. But we must be united. We have to take care of each other. We may not agree on uranium mining. We may agree with uranium mining. We may not want the helium. We may not want it. But we're one Nene people. We have to take care of each other. We have to honor each other. So I believe that your leadership is doing that. Your leadership is very crucial to our survival. And you are following my grandma's teachings, that you stand for your people, you protect your people, you protect the land. So I just wanted to say that. I had a technical statement, scientific, but I just want to speak from my heart that I support you, my leader, and I'm here for you. And that union members, I respect your views, I honor your views, and it was great to hear you talk about your families and your children. Thank you.
Okay, Shema, Mr. Norman Patrick Brown, Kenya. Ado Kunenana, Basto, G.A. Tracy Harwood.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and honorable council delegates. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Ted Tracy Harwood Initiate, Tabaha, Nishlin, Ashiha Bashishchin, Ingo Irish Dashache, Vitatnik Dashanola. I am fortunate to call myself a third generation coal miner. My grandpa was a mining engineer and my father was a underground miner for over 13 years. He is currently now a planner at APS. I am currently enrolled in Upper Fruitland chapter. I'm a single mother of 3 productive, well-mannered, strong children of this community. I have been in the mining industry for 13 years. This job has allowed me to provide for my children and raise them in a consistent environment. Intech provides a large amount of the money that goes towards Central Consolidated School District. My children have all currently attended CCSD. Central Consolidated has allowed for my youngest son to attend high school and college for his IT degree, and they have also employed him as one of the first high school students to intern and be paid for it. My oldest son also was an ROTC at Kirtland Central High School and is now currently deployed as a combat medic, serving our country. My daughter is thriving in her bilingual courses at Central Consolidated Kirtland Elementary School. She's the one that is bringing the Native culture stronger into our family. So that's a huge part. My job is very important to me in raising my children to be strong, driven, positive, productive, and caring members of the society. It has also allowed for me to donate to my community and most importantly, lead by example for my children and generations to come. I respectfully ask that you support Executive Order 14241. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. We'll have Mr. Ned Begay.
Hello there. Good evening, guys. Thank you, honorable speaker and officials. Appreciate this opportunity to get to talk and speak on my behalf, my journey with mining. So my dad and a couple of my brothers, they worked at the mine here also. So I remember growing up, my dad would come back with his lunchbox back, and I know he would leave a couple of snacks in there, and he'd race out there and grab that before we'd give him a hug. We'd get his lunchbox because there was sweets in there. But yeah, there was just something about that. But never did I ever think that I would work at a mine. But 30 years later, I'm working. I've been there for 30 years, so I work with Brianna in the environmental department. So, but the mine's basically given opportunity to my family. So I have 3 boys. 2 of them have already graduated from college. One's got his master's in mechanical engineering. My second son is working on his master's in public health. My youngest son just finished his first year of college. So also my wife, we were able to help her get through and get her bachelor's degree also. But the mine is just, it's a place for opportunity. So it gives us, an outlook for a lot of times when we're growing up, we don't really know what we want to do or where we want to head to. Everybody always tells us, go out and try to do something that's good for your community and come back and help us. So, that's something that I tell my kids, that you guys need to go out and get an education, and if you can, come back and help your community, kind of like what you guys are doing. But I guess the whole thing behind it was just an opportunity. So we need to continue to give our kids opportunity. And basically what the mine has done for a lot of us is that, given us opportunity. So we can help take care of our families, provide for other programs that are out there. We probably have kids that have participated in these sports through Kirtland or wherever it is, United Way, Navajo Way. Maybe some of our kids have scholarships from the mine, but basically, what has that given them? It's given them an opportunity, right? And that's what we're always talking about. So the mine continues to help our employees develop and grow. There are a lot of them. You'll talk to them, and they understand what a lot of the regulations are related to mining. MSHA, OSN, EPA. A lot of guys have learned a lot of these things, but other things that they have learned, through working at the mine is life and safety skills. So we do a lot of first aid training for employees too. So if somebody were to get hurt, they know what to do. They know how to handle that. And basically, it's just giving them that life support. So from me to you, I'm asking respectfully if you guys would consider this executive order, get it passed through. So appreciate everybody's comments here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brigade. Next, we do have Lucia Zaquez.
Hi. Hi, Yate, She'e, Desha Hackett, Dinisha, Tachi, Nishlet, Sanajani, Bashishi, Dora, Kaidana, Ed, Shishe. I wrote good morning, but now it's good afternoon, everyone. I am a first generation high school graduate and the first to go to college. My dad was a hard worker at Navajo Mine and provided every opportunity for me to flourish in college. Growing up, I loved math and science, and I always wanted to come back and work for the Navajo Nation. But when I graduated and it came to looking for an engineering job, I was like, where are all the jobs? Luckily, I I got a scholarship from Intech, and they informed us of an internship program at Navajo Mine, and I thought, well, what could a civil engineer do at a coal mine? And that summer was life-changing. I worked under the reclamation engineer, and I learned that Navajo Mine has restored 60% of the badlands to grazing land for the Navajo Nation once we're finished. And now, flash forward a couple years, I'm working for the company now, and I'm extremely proud to be part of an award-winning company. And like Anna mentioned, we've received many national awards against non-Navajo mines, and that says a lot. And I'm really proud of that as a Navajo woman to be a part of such an award-winning, nationally recognized team. And so every year, part of my job as a reclamation engineer is to create ecosystems that attract beavers, cougars, badgers. Every year, a golden eagle has returned on our reclaimed lands and built her nest, and that is just the ultimate stamp of approval for any mine when the wildlife can come back and create their nest and build. And so I'm extremely thankful to Navajo Mine to allow me the opportunity to be a Navajo woman helping restore Mother Earth and allowing me to use what I've learned to educate my Che, my Shamasana about the technological advances that we can make in the energy sector and restoring Kajan. And I'm extremely proud to be a coal miner. With that said, I support Federal Executive Order 14261, and I hope you continue to allow the young people to come home and use their knowledge to support the Navajo Nation's economic success. Thank you.
Thank you, Deja, for being here and providing those comments. Next, we will move on to Lisa Marie Bird.
Good afternoon, everybody. Lisa Marie Bird, Unished, Portagini, Bashashini, Pitani Nashle, Ashini Dashakla, and Rizatana Dashache. And I just want to thank the 25th Council for holding this public meeting and welcoming us here to hear our concerns and also our accomplishments here with the local coal community. And I would just like to say thank you to all of the Intech employees. You all don't realize how much you are changing people's lives, and everything that every one of you all do helps us to do these things for our communities. I am the chapter president for Upper Fruitland, so if you don't already know me and you can come up to me again, my name is Lisa Marie Bird, and I wanted to talk about some of the positive that the coal industry has brought to our community. And in the past couple of years, I was previously the vice president of Upper Fruitland, and now I'm the president. In the past 5 years that I have been a chapter official, we've been working well with Intech. They've been very forthcoming and really wanting to help the community, work with the community. We're very pleased as District 13. District 13 does consist of Upper Fruitland, Nenahnezad, San Juan, and Vernon, and I'm also the president of District 13 Leadership Council. And so we do discuss them and we do meet with them quarterly so that if we have any issues or concerns, we're able to bring it to them, or even before that, we're able to bring it to them in a timely manner. I would like to thank them for the things that they do, such as the CHIRP program, the coal for our households. I grew up on coal, and I grew up with no running water, electric, and I didn't get that until I was in high school. And I want to just commend Intech and Navajo Mine and APS and all of the other industries for that chance for us to be heating our homes. And also the CDF program, Community Benefit Fund, and that allows anybody, not just chapters, it allows individuals, it allows nonprofits to apply for, I wouldn't say a scholarship, but an award so that they can fulfill their community-based projects. And they've helped all different chapters. We currently, Upper Fruitland has been helped by Intech with $10,000 to fix our flooring at the Walter Collins Center. So if you guys have been dancing over at Walter Collins lately, you can thank Intech for fixing our floor for us. And we're very proud and we're very just gracious that they're always communicating with us. And very proud of their numerous awards and accolades in reclamation and safety. They pride themselves on that, and it's really nice to hear them working towards those goals. And mainly too is volunteering in the community. Anytime that the chapters need help, anytime that community members need help, they're there to listen and they're there to figure out a solution with us. And I find that very inviting, and I find that very helpful to us chapters, because we chapters do struggle with certain things, you know, extending the funds that we're given sometimes, and we have to work together so that we can solve our community issues. And I just want to again say, we have built a really strong partnership with the Intech crew, Portasha, Upshaw, Andy Hawkins, Kay Name, Crystal, Donna Benali, Yolanda Benali, Nathan Tony. And I'm very impressed with the things that they continue to initiate. They have initiated a teachers workshop. So they're inviting all different teachers to come and learn about carbon rocks. And they provide the room, the food, they provide the supplies, and they just think of everything that they can do for the teachers, because the teachers are not very, you know, they're not helped a lot, and they struggle with things in their classrooms. And I thought that was really, really awesome. And then the main thing that I really want to thank them for also is they make it a priority to put Navajos in management positions to promote them. They bring 35 to 40% of the nation's total revenue, and without that, we would really be in a lot of trouble. And I understand that there are the cons, which are environmental issues, but they've worked really hard, as far as I can see, to resolve those types of issues. Reclamation, young lady was talking about how they have an eagle sanctuary almost, and as officials, we've come out to the mine site many times to observe and to look at the new things that they're completing. So I just want to again say thank you to all of you mine workers. Keep doing the great job that you're doing. Stay safe out there. And we just want to say thank you again to 25th Council.
Thank you, Ms. Berg, for that testament here today. And next we will go on with Bree Langdon.
Yadne Tachini Nishlin, Don Ebashim, with Henry Dashe, Auto National. Brianna Lehman Yanishia, Hi everyone, my name is Brianna, but I also go by Bree. Thankful to be here to speak among the Navajo Nation Council and along with the people here as well, to listen to what I have to say. I'm also a farmer, I'm a gardener, I'm a Dinesh scholar at the University of Arizona. I do study public health with focus in indigenous food, water, and energy systems. So I do see the perspectives of both sides of the coal industry and also the opposing of it as well. But I'm here to come to you with facts and lived experiences as I lived in Shiprock for the longest time and seen what the extraction companies have done to our people, have manipulated, have twisted these values to think that extraction and energy is the way to go to govern our people, to provide energy to others, but not necessarily understanding the environmental impacts or the health impacts. As coal is a most carbon-intensive fossil fuel, it is also increasing our carbon emissions. It's where it's pretty much impacting our air pollution, it's impacting our health, whether we know it or not, but we know that at least from research that at least 67% of lung cancer rates among Diné men was accounted for when they worked in the uranium mines, and that indigenous people, indigenous coal miners, have higher odds of developing these diseases compared to non-indigenous people. We are literally at the front lines. Indigenous people, our men or women, are working at the
these industries in the front lines, while these non-natives are looking at us and hoping to take the extraction, the health, and the impacts of it. So I want to remind you all that yes, there's a rise in electricity demand for artificial intelligence, for data processes. Artificial intelligence, it is a way of thinking at a higher level than humans. And at this point, this is what what the coal industry is looking for, is providing energy to AI data centers, and where these data centers are then consuming so much energy, consuming so much water, that it's taking away our rights, our Diné sovereignty rights, our water rights, and our land rights. And so we have to remind ourselves about these things, but also going back from a public health perspective, we do see a lot of particulate matter. We see a lot of sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide. It impacts us, or impacts our asthma, our respiratory diseases, our heart diseases, and neurological damages. Some of us and our families have been exposed or have family members who have gotten cancer from these extractions, these pollutions. And I'm sure some of us are dealing with it right now, or a family member, but also realizing that this extraction, this energy of coal also can lead to environmental racism and leads to a lot of health inequity, which we all know of because we have relatives who are impacted by this at such a higher rate. And so with this being said, it impacts our ecosystems, the destruction, it leads to a lot of inhabitants, it leads to a decline in our biodiversity, our farmers, our soil degradation. We've already seen the Gold King mine spill, with it impacting the river, the water, the land, our people. We've got to remind ourselves of the environmental impacts and the health impacts long term. Think about our people, our elders who we're very much impacted at the most. We also got to remind ourselves for our future generations, our food sovereignty, remind us who we are as the Net people. I hear about these terms, these values come up from a coal perspective, but what about from an indigenous perspective? What about our relations? What about our accountability to our people? So we have to remind ourselves of these things. But I also speak from a lived experience. I was diagnosed with breast cancer at the age of 26, at triple negative, and it wasn't caused by hormones or anything, but it's also caused by environmental impacts in the area. Shiprock is known to be a highly extractive area. The Four Corners is known to be as an energy sacrifice zone to remind us where this area is. This area is an extraction area for people to generate revenue, and it will not benefit us, and it will not help us. It will hurt us even more in our people, and it is dividing us right now.
Thank you, Ms. Lehman. And then next we will go to Nenahnezad. We do have Chili Yazi next.
Ja, جهازنا أرشك كون يولي كروب خشها آري جهاز تلاقوا دايسي ينامش بس أنا والله تجن دول آخرشي جمع نأسان يدوه دول يشي كيف بيهدلون آني و أكيد صوت لا أكيد صيت لا أرو لا صراحة صند كيف لا يعني يجاهدنا آني و جو مدو زين تلون أشي نلني تلون مثلا آني أكشن بانسي كيس و واجني با أرو لا يكتن لندا دول لكيكي نو إيه 一般的人，多把或者是 A B 啥的， not only the law, so the net art spike, the hundred action law events on the case. Upon the gate us carve a nadigo, if you get other events, the case, not only the law. Le go, you discover the queen change or cheating. A art action, the had an end, the back to the keys. In an earnest, no way, but I could eat where I will see art or even see cheese. Child has never 80, it's other a yard the dot art. Abraham who educate 80. Upon the dealer where is an by see a nutch at the Indian store habit of people there. Either nicht es auch an nicht in der Basen aber ich so ich ach ich die Quelle ja ne Assan die doch halt ja ich sind so ich hat die Quelle ist auch an nicht in nan sagt da wieder الشني لنا خان نداش تي خان نداش History the dot ed. Ask that the Nahayana ever get ideas. Upon the history the Hahot. On how the niche. Yea, to be the is the Hanish need at to Evayachi. Oda hot until the and the stuff. According to this kind of effort, the fashion, the enough with the shut, and there's not enough. But I get a hot this. But about hot on this. A woman see kissy, has social not on and shindy, as no the banana in the car. A one see kiss in the yard. Okay, here Yod a bankin the eat one hit about he don't let the cohort that a bansahachis a top man shit though it as she net out about it is common to the husband. Here, pencil nature has the difference in our position here is very clear. One position says we need the paycheck, we need revenue for the Navajo Nation. The other position is saying that we need to be understanding of this climate crisis, the conditions that we will leave our children into the future, so many generations to come. We need to consider those realities also. And that is our main concern, that we want to leave a livable world for our children. What will your legacy be? Will your children say that you defended their earth, or did they going to say that you ruined their earth? Jahad.
Yeah, Shananda, Mr. Chiliazzi for being here. Next, we do have Arvin Trujillo.
Good morning, Madam, or good afternoon, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council, and Navajo community members. My name is Arvin Trujillo. I'm from the Gariai chapter. And I guess I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My career has been a diverse career. I've been a mining engineer working in mines here in the Four Corners area, as well up in Wyoming, both supervision as well as management. I'm a former director for the Division of Natural Resources under Presidents Kelsey Begay and Joe Shirley Jr. I've also been advisor for President Blue Niagara. I've worked for Arizona Public Service Company. I've also been the CEO for Four Corners Economic Development here in San Juan County. I'm currently with NTEC as their government and tribal affairs manager. But I come to you not speaking totally for NTEC, but looking at the experience that I have from the experience I have. The development of the Navajo Nation's coal reserves has really brought prosperity to the nation, to its chapters, and to its community. And as you have heard, also to tribal members, in that they earn a good living, and many have the ability to live a comfortable life in their retirement. Coal industry is a significant factor in maintaining this Navajo middle class on the reservation. And again, I've benefited from this. I've been able to provide for my family. I put 3 kids through school. And again, I've been able to develop my managerial and leadership qualities through the industry. Some of those benefits, as far as the industry is concerned, is with Navajo Mine Four Corners, $72 million in royalties and taxes are provided, which is 34% of the nation's general fund. $103 million in wages and contractual work for employees, vendors, and contractors. And currently the workforce is at 86% Navajo. NTEC provides scholarships, educational support. They provide their funding for nonprofits through their benefit fund. They provide coal through their heating program. They're looking at right now providing 125 homes with solar off grid. And again, this amounts to about 4.5 million. They've also continued to work closely with District 13, keeping them informed as to what they're doing and how they're doing things. And so again, I'm for development. I'm for looking at alternative means, looking at natural gas, helium, hydrogen, carbon sequestration, looking at these alternative ways to diversify our energy portfolio. But coal's got to be that foundation. That position has always been, I've heard this one position say, you either choose fossil fuel development or you don't choose that because of individual and community health and safety concerns. Well, for me, it's not an either or condition. We can provide both. The funding is provided for us to begin to tackle those issues. The funding is provided to give the support needed at chapter level. The operations themselves have looked at reclamation. About 9,362 acres have been reclaimed here at Navajo Mine. And again, they are looking at how they can, the employees are to be commended because they're looking at how not only providing revenue for the nation and making a good wage, but how do they keep the land whole? And how do they become good stewards of the environment? And also these operations are definite corporate neighbors to a local region. The Trump executive order is focusing on coal development. It's focused on research and development. It's looking at barriers to this development. It's figuring out how do we fix it. I'm for and I support this effort. This will help the nation continue to build a diverse energy portfolio and sustain these direct and indirect jobs here. If we lose this, we would see a decrease of $863 million in taxes, royalties, and wages in the next 5 years. We'll lose 600 jobs. We'll eliminate 14.3 million in community benefits and lose 22 million in community contributions. I am in support in developing a diverse portfolio, which includes alternative development. But let's keep coal as a cornerstone, just as our energy policy states. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trujillo. And next on our list, we do have Adam Begay.
Madam Speaker, I'm ready for your countdown. Alrighty. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Shanatal, community and public. My name is Adam Drobigay. I am from Shippaq, New Mexico, the great community of the home of the chieftains. Sorry for the Broncos, but chieftains are in the house. Odashne. They Adam Drobigay, Odashne. Jose touching in the Shlem, people 20 Pashichi, Tadas and the Pashichi, Aria Pashinale, Ani Nez and the Shah. My name is Adam Drobigay. On behalf of the state representative, Mark Duncan, in the state New Mexico legislature, we offer a continuous support for the Navajo Nation to remain in operation for the coal and power plant industry. Representative Duncan serves in the House District 2 region, which includes the town of Kirtland, the city of Farmington, and the Upper Fruitland community. In these regions, there are family members who are employed or have history through power plants and the coal mines in God's country. The Navajo Nation has the most powerful voice in Native America. We were raised to believe that we are the #1 tribe in the United States. Today, we ask for the leaders of the great Navajo Nation to consider on placing their personal political interests and party aside and do what is right and can be beneficial to the families of the hardworking Tibet. The land of the Nipik Aeon has the resources to preserve and conserve. We are resilient because of ancestors and former leaders of 1868 because of their vision for the future of our generation. We have the capacity to develop and sustain our families with good quality education, beautiful homes, and critical values that teach our children to be greater than who we were before, and importantly, allowing our families to remain on the reservation. We are entitled to nothing, but we have the right to pursue the Native American dream. We live in a society of doing what is right is now considered wrong. Doing what is wrong is now considered right. The Navajo Nation has the opportunity to continue to be great by investing their resources to develop a greater 21st century of the Navajo Nation. Please keep the Navajo Nation great by learning, earning, and returning. Yeah. Thank you. God bless.
Next, we will have Mr. Steve Carson. Steve Carlson. Again, Mr. Steve Carlson. Okay, we will move on here. We will go next to Shannon Jack. Shannon Jack, if you're still here with us. Next, we will go to Carmelita Lowe.
Yad Eshanat Ani Aden Hano Kaigi Arokode the Nela Audi Mahat Andenigi Yanseta case that don't know Dodano Seno for the old out and he knows out and on his Bolshish require has Agni Nenahnezad has Agni Shidover Shinshani Equa Yekea Holong Yedak Holong Aro had created that south of Area 4 of Navajo Mine, the Apia family, Chief Cat Holong. I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Isiato earlier, and she acknowledged Hasquido Sani, the Kea Nade des Aniki, a request section Hagedo Les, that they needed many years ago, where Hokaga, Adolfahol, Adonashol, Loya, Shata Archibald, the area 3 for the other again, Asia, father-in-law, John Lowe. Other son, and a chinigis, Hawana de Gila, a chinigis, Hawana mother, Alia. Alchinabel, the Babagan, Sibagan, Atalia, Aramo, Arash, mother-in-law, Mascado, Lanahe, Topit Star, Hoyede, what our other kid of it. Oh, you cut out on the shoes. A copa hall, Jesus cut, Nachadon, lay, now question, Arjun, a corporate siege, Arjun, that on net. Put on the coil one that so the thing that is without a natural family hana a cook at other again other version was topic the star or yeah the natural spring that was sprouting out from there a at Jajan Hagegan Loya Pasad on their keys now I told out handling of course I wanted to establish that foundation that my in-laws had put there and that they are still there. Of course, Nachahaji Hana they are the Navajo and Jacob Siege, are the Betani Nakai, are the brother-in-law, his sister-in-law, our urgent the Ben Ligi Banana Shishi. Ako al pero niki sani lo street gashin yat aho kahina to le yat aho ke kahat ni to le even na yat aho bena deshta to le na deshta stiki na neshneziki yat aho ya akin ta khito le ta no hata isi ita ako eti at this point in time to revitalize the coal industry, no, not so bad. There, by Yaki, what Ashe, not Hansa, Section Hanana, then how many other families will it impact? Without the Papashnaki, out, Joe, out Andy, but not Aya, out Asia brothers in law, but in Shani, do Ajo, Lama ay atin Misha 42 years Jila, although she brothers-in-law to Okwatatsa, Okwa just within that generation, Aya Antashish, Naka Ashine, A Ajanas, Nate Soto, a whole Gij, a Koso Ade, Danza, the Adendas, Nish, Oko Edi Kwa, a Gespet Hudson, not only you as our leaders. People in here, how it affected a family, and then how many other families will it affect? Joe Quinby, the high-paying jobs for the need, and through this project. So we have a lot of graduates within our school district here. Now he doesn't have, he has a small job and wants to join the armed forces, but that's why I don't want all my grandchildren. I'll call that Michelle Levinson. I'll call yeah, I'll the Jahasti.
Next, we have Donovan Talk.
Good afternoon. My name is Donovan Talk. I'm originally from Shiprock. Now I reside in Gray Hills. Been living out there for almost 30 years now. But I just wanted to bring this up because I've worked for 3 companies. I worked for a place called IMS. We did bed conversions in Farmington. Then I worked for San Juan Mine. Now I'm working for Intech. Out of the 3, 2 of them have shut down. When I worked at IMS, there was over 310 employees. 90% of that workforce was Navajos. And when they shut down and they took their company back east and without really giving anybody a chance to prosper. Then after that, I went over to San Juan Mine. I worked at San Juan Mine for 22 years.
And I put food on the table, put my kids through college, 2 of them are teachers, 2 of them are healthcare workers. And I really tried my hardest to keep them going. And they've all been through college, they've been through schools and stuff like that. And all of a sudden, the plant decided to shut down. And when that shut down, hundreds of jobs, not just mine, but vendors, families, everything was gone. So I was at a loss. Then I talked to some of the council delegates before. Said, okay, they were talking against coal. And I said, okay, what am I going to do? What can I do? And they said, there's other resources out there. I go, they said, we got hydroelectric, we got geothermal. We don't have those things here. We have one river. And if we're going to dam that river up, guess what? We lose all the farmland that's right there again. Then where will we get geothermal? We don't have no geysers out here. So I went back into the coal business. I went to work up north. And it broke my heart. Really broke my heart that I had to be away from my family just so I could provide for my family. And I've asked people, I've asked, hey, where are all these high paying jobs that we're supposed to be getting? Nobody said anything. Nothing. And like I said, I went back to the coal business and I was working up north. I came, tried that intake, and I finally got on. And I got there, I've been there for 3 months. And which I do enjoy. I really do enjoy working with all these people. And I know they work hard. And they have, only reason why I came back was because of my family. Like I said, I hate working out of town. My kids, 2 of them are teachers here. And if we lose if they're not in support of this, they're going to lose their jobs. Then where else are they going to go to? They have to leave the reservation. Right now, they're all in the teaching business. They're all in the healthcare business. And right now, I would say a good portion of that, when 711 road shut down, they lost a lot of their fundings through just the people that were donating through the United Way, all sorts of benefits. And it wasn't just the mine, like I said, it was through vendors and people that work around the mine also. So with that in mind, I said, I do hope you guys know that I am support this legislation. We may have different views, but my personal point of view from the heart is I got to provide for my family. And in order for me to do that, I have to find a good paying job that's got good benefits, that's what we got right now. So I do hope you guys support this as well. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Steve Carlson?
Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak. Good afternoon, Yate, Steve Carlson, Nishi, Elegana Nishi, Swedish Vashi, Swedish Dashi, Swedish Dashi Nale. And that's all I have. Thank you. My name is Steve Carlson. It says Steve Carson on there. Just so you know, no relation to Kit Carson. There's an L in there, so that's okay. Yes, I am the superintendent of Central Consolidated Schools. I apologize. I literally ran in here, so I'm sweating from running. Yeah. The bus, blaming on the bus. It's always the buses. So it's been a pleasure listening to all the different stories and speakers have shared. I mostly listened this morning and missed the afternoon ones, but folks from the area feel pretty strongly about energy and fossil fuels. They also feel strongly about community and opportunities for families. They care about having a job and about putting food on the table. And families would rather stay in a community where they have formed roots and have built a life together I'm speaking to you not as Steve Carlson so much the individual, but rather as the superintendent of a large school district in New Mexico. When the San Juan Generating Station closed, the effects on our district were gradual. But several years down the road, these effects are actually stunning. We've seen a loss of student enrollment of over 1,500 students in just the last 5 or so years. Families have moved away. Sometimes parts of families are able to stay with relatives or friends, but that doesn't usually last. Many of our students live with aunties and uncles, grandparents, and friends. Sometimes they sleep on a couch in the backseat of the car. These students are considered by the state to be homeless, and they require services that are not really funded by the state of New Mexico. Our number of homeless students has exploded over 500% in the last several years. CCSD, through our Intercultural and Community Outreach Department, spends more and more of its dwindling resources to provide support services for our decimated families. Less students means less money for education for our students. To put it into perspective for everyone, we're currently funded about $14,000 per pupil. If you multiply that by 1,500 students that we've lost, that comes to a loss of over $21 million per year. The loss of this type of students and revenue puts a burden on each of our schools. It forces our school board members, like Ms. Askins over here, to make tough decisions as we have schools that turn out to be half empty. The Public Education Department of the State of New Mexico formed the Central Consolidated School District many years ago. Now they're forcing the closure of the main industries that fund our students and our schools and pay for the wages for our families. CCSD employs about 900 people right now, making us one of the largest employers in the Four Corners. When our student numbers decline, we have no choice but to cut staff. That means more parents out of work and more families having to leave our communities. It's a vicious cycle that we're now caught in. If San Juan Generating Station, since it was closed, it created hardship. If the Four Corners power plant is closed, our district will be a shell of what it once was. CCSD supports Executive Order 14261. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Superintendent, for that statement. And next we will go to Gloria Lane.
Good afternoon, Speaker of the House and delegates. And I've never seen so many gentlemen filling up the chapter. Thank you for coming. My name is Gloria Lane, and Patni Satin Shlokia Ani Bashchi, my Deshkijni Dashanala. Thank you for bringing the energy revitalization public hearing to Nenahnezad, where the Navajo coal industry is a primary employer. My concern as a farmer is water and lithium. It doesn't say too much on the lithium, just one word in that paragraph in the handouts. And I am asking the Navajo Nation delegates to be mindful of these because these data centers uses a tremendous amount of water, and it's just relentless. And I don't want my 15-acre farm to be empty of water just because of the data center using up a lot of these. So when you're making these, looking at these, and making laws, looking into them, I'm sure your council or your researchers will know how much water they'll be taking, because I think Gallup is taking, I don't know who's taking, the states will be looking at that, so is the southern states, but be mindful of how much water these data centers may be using, because that's my concern. And then my next concern is the lithium. Not very much is known about lithium. I know it's great for these electric cars, but how do we get rid of using it? Where does it go? Because right now the uranium tailings are coming through one of the major highways in Arizona, in the northern part of Arizona. So I just want you to ask when you're making these, looking through your documents and reviewing them, to be mindful of the waters and the waste of the lithium. Thank you.
Thank you, Shima, for being here today. Next, we do have Sean Smith.
Good afternoon, Speaker and honorable members of council. So, you kind of wanted to tell a backstory. I always said, when I was younger, which was many years ago, in '98, I started the intern at Navajo Mine. And when I started there, it was something new, because my clan is Nenahnezad, Twitchini, Bashichi, Toatlin, Dashiche, Nashihi, Dashanella. And I grew up near Crown Point, Nenahnezad chapter, right between Nenahnezad and the Senti chapter, right in the middle. So that's where I originally came from. So when I came to work for Navajo Mine in '98, as an intern, we did a lot of cattle studies. And it was so interesting being on the reclamation side of things and chasing cattle. That's what I did back in Crown Point. And it was so amazing just to be thinking that there's a lot more than just extracting coal, extracting minerals. There's a lot of work that goes back into the reclamation piece of it. So Navajo Mine was fully hired in 2007. And when I started there as an environmental engineer, specialist, I did graduate from the degree in environmental engineering. And from there, learned a lot about the permitting, regulations, and the rules that go into mining. Then in 2011, I had the opportunity to go to San Juan Mine, geomorphical design, and a lot of the way that we actually play. So in 2018, after learning all the stuff with design work, he went back to Navajo. They said there's an opportunity here to design the whole watershed and move the dirt the way you want it. And I thought long and hard, because I had left a lot of friends at San Juan, but it was an opportunity to learn what I've done previously and bring it back to the Navajo Nation. So that's what I did in 2018. So I took that opportunity to come back to Navajo Mine and start designing the reclamation. And since 2018, we moved about 40 million yards and won 3 reclamation awards from OSM and 3 reclamation from the Navajo, or from the New Mexico Department of, from the New Mexico. So that dirt would not have been achievable without employees at Navajo Mine. The pride and dedication to do a safe, efficient job is top notch. We actually have visitors that come from international. Even the creator of geofluvial design, he comes over to Navajo Mine and is very impressed by the work that we have done. It's actually an example of what he was trying to get other companies to do. But Navajo Mine is at the top of his page, and he's one of the developers. So it's great just hearing those accomplishments and something with that we have done on the Navajo Nation.
Also during 2021, during the pandemic, a lot of people were home, but a lot of our employees were at work. They were making sure the power was on. I was thinking back to, I went to the hospital, and there's a lot of electricity that's been used there, but I didn't have to worry because I knew my friends, my fellow workers were there to keep the lights and power on. And they did. They spent time away from their family, and they did everything they did during that whole year. And we knew it was important to, and making sure we didn't lose power was our goal. So saying that, I mean, we've been in operation since 1963, and we have learned many things. We have gotten better at what we do. While we need to be transitioning, it also needs to be done reasonably. Let's continue looking at new technology, but we should not completely ignore coal. Let's continue to use our resources while we build the economic for the Navajo Nation. And I know our people are moving away from the Navajo Nation, seek another job. Let's take this chance to bring back jobs to the nation. And I did move to the area, and since then, we have 3 kids, and now they're a lot older. So thank you for the opportunity, for letting us find the resource, and let's continue that. I do support the executive order.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Next, we do have Harry Soap.
Shikei, do shidane, do are so confident, you cannot quite the Hoyinegi, the care and cut house, short season, the care shut off. Change the total cadeo, it's not the high city, it's the cadeo, I don't honey, it's can't so to honey, other with change in it. Although she had the Shinaldo to the Sunday, the change. But the next although put it out there on the CEO of Sayan T-Sheet Camp. I used to be a CCO crane operator. That's the only time I went into a coal mine up in Wyoming, Gillette, Wyoming, when we had to go in there and replace the dragline buckets, although the coal haul buckets with crane. That's the only time I've been inside of a coal mine. After maybe a couple weeks of work in there, you see all that fine dust inside your crane, even though you feel like you're isolated. So I understand that there's health risks, there's health issues. Although today, I do liaison work on behalf of Scale and their contract with US EPA Region 9 from San Francisco. We're doing a lot of cleanup, uranium cleanup on the Navajo reservation. Through that, I like to think that I represent the because this information never got to them. Right here, Mr. Silver Hat Band, hold on, I've shown for them, he's like a bell ringer. I did Basti. So Johnny, she says, the car enough with the ship, not Chicago, the ship. We benefit Shama, his son. This is, it knows me. to shit. What about the get sino on the end in sino if not shit. What are the men shock on the ya? Nine, but on the end, a sheep, Kadida, and the dots in what sin that they know, and honey, 15 years a day. What are the kids so the sound? Yeah, go, we can call it. But then, honey, yeah, they shot. So she, so nothing is being done about it. But I, honey, yeah, though, the shinny, oh, boy, yeah, he came to the net, they niche, I don't, yeah, so why not just keep things as they are? Go up north, they know what's from. There's Chief Gillette, my homie. Shiny, yeah, without the house, need land for development. When I used to live up there was like 24 open coal mine. Today, there's only 7 that's operating there in Campbell County. Why not go up there and invest? They have 4 railroad tracks. They're hauling coal out of there 24/7. Why not go that way and make use of your investments? I wanted to put that out there. I think there's no railroad track going out of the county here. You only feed in one power plant. So why not just leave as things as they are? Go up north and make use of your investments. I just want to put that out there. Yeah,
Next, we have Louis Camacho.
First of all, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. And so I probably started working or the workforce in probably the most difficult time, especially in this area, which is during the 2020 pandemic, during COVID-19. And that was when I first graduated and got out of high school. And as a young man with a future to think about, I thought of college was shutting down, and I didn't think I was going to have any stability or anything to fall back on. And it wasn't until I was given an opportunity to work, an opportunity to put my life to good use and work for a special purpose. And it gave me direction. It gave me something to look forward to. It opened my eyes to new avenues, a new way to develop myself, to look for new skills. And as a young man, there's nothing better than to be active. Idle hands at the devil's work. And so I was really blessed to have that. And without that direction, I don't know where I would be. I probably wouldn't be here. And so working at Navajo Mine, working in the coal industry, opened my eyes to many things. It introduced me to new people, introduced me to amazing culture, amazing work ethics, and different backgrounds and stuff that I wouldn't have seen. My first impression of a coal mine would probably be the same as most people. It's a dirty place, a dirty and necessary evil that we must have. But I see it now as what it is. It is a great and amazing thing. A place that not only gives us energy, not only it provides for many people and families, it doesn't just leave a hole in the ground. In fact, especially at our mine, we don't leave a hole in the ground. We create a field, we create an area, we restore the land. And that's something I never knew that was taking place. All I thought was it's dirty. But now I know better. I work in the Revitalization department. I work in those fields of restoration. I've seen life come back to those fields. I've seen it go from a place where I thought no life could ever return to something that I can see people exploring and finding new things, or maybe kids running around. It's amazing. It's an amazing work, and I'm proud to be a part of it. And as a young man looking for the future, I can see my whole life here. I'm not concerned about any health concerns because I know all the hazards are being managed. No coal dust is going to enter my lungs because I know we follow procedure. Everything is maintained well, and everything has a purpose. And so I am for this, sorry, but I am for this order. This order I see is going to bring prosperity, is continue to create a stable environment for everyone here. A stability where we can grow from. We don't have to stay here. We can grow from here. And that's what we want. We want to grow. We want to learn. We want to expand. Not only the land goal, but use other resources in our land, other resources to help future generations. I don't have to worry about my future, nor do I have to worry about my future family, because I know that this place is here. But if this place goes, then that stability that I was once reliant upon, that once was a blessing, I would have to go somewhere else. And many people here would have to leave their families and leave their homes. And that is something that no one wants to do. We all want stability. We all want to be with families. We all want to provide for them. We all want to go home and see them. Nobody likes being apart. And so I say again, thank you for this time to speak. Thank you.
And next we do have George Kelly.
Yate, although she we oh yeah, cleaning is not about what is she, though the cleaning doesn't. If the cleaning doesn't, another cleaning doesn't. So the cloud for that, so I've been a chapter president for Cloud 2 when Ricky was a chapter president for San Juan chapter. So only long was these okay. So although with me working here for Intech, I've been here 39 years, and this year looking at the peak, my retirement is just around the corner. So yeah, although with Intech, I started back in 1986. Although I held many positions, my background is heavy equipment mechanic, supervisor, planner, auto business process data coach. Although currently I'm a safety supervisor. So all the employees, every day, I pray for their health and safety. I don't only pay for us, but pray for employees, I pray for the equipment, I pray for the managers, supervisors, although I pray for your leaders. That's guiding us from the one nation. Yeah. Although Hansen, their fellow union members, although my fellow employees, this time employees. So, yeah. Although, like I said, I work in safety department, and today we're 397 days without a lost time injury. So we have reached 600 days. Here at your Navajo, you can get hurt, you can get extra Navajo, you can cut your hand. So, but our employees, they work safely. That means open now, yeah, have a job, okay, all right, the PPEs, so here, although I see some retirees here, he took care of himself, he's in good condition, he's strong, he took take all the home PPEs back on the night, so he's in good health, he's retired. Here, although Navajo mine we received from the U.S. government Sentinel Safety Award. It's the highest award from the U.S. government health administration. So we received so many awards. Although we worked Navajo mine Intech, they abide by the laws of the U.S. government. other Congress, they developed a book called Part 77. How they niche, although I train new hires. I have 2 employees waiting for me at the mine, they're new hires. I trained them on Part 77 from the US government. I give them the books, the pocket books that they follow. So I see, local, we support our local economy, the city of Farmington, city of Bloomfield, Aztec, Auto Shiprock, Kirtland, small towns, other parts of the reservation, Chinle, Kayenta, Windorow, Fort Defiance, all that. There's stores that we spend our money on. Although for 30 years I worked, my children didn't have to worry about anything. Clothes, food. I help many children along the side with the Navajo United. I've been a board secretary for 14 years with Navajo United. I've been on the board with San Juan College Peace Advisory Council. That's probably that developed me. Although I thank everybody here for supporting the new Trump. Although thank you for listening to me. God bless everyone. God bless the Navajo Nation. God bless the USA.
And next we do have Joanne Langman.
Hear me? Yate. She touching the shadow that pushing she does take. Though 20 jeans, she joined the ship. I am from Shiprock, New Mexico, not too far from here. And I'd like to say thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today. I'm going to speak from the heart of this executive order from Trump. Executive Order 14261. I do not agree with this executive order with this coal industry. And the reason behind it, well, I have a lot of reasons, but a couple main reasons I'm going to focus is on health impacts and our water. Earlier, my daughter talked about how it impacts our lives, our health. I've seen my daughter go through cancer treatment, but she had cancer. I don't know if any of you have relatives, family members, friends that have cancer, went through treatment, and there are some who didn't survive. Even my mom had cancer, and she didn't survive. She battled it. And it was heartbreaking. And I know a lot of that came from the contaminants of air, water. All of that falls on our land, gets into the water, food, and so on. So I'm speaking here, really listen to me, to those who shared about how it impacts our health. Even what Mr. Ed Silverhat had to say about his health. It's heartbreaking that he's going through that right now. Even what Mr. Perry So said, to leave it as it is. And I hope you do have a backup plan if this coal industry doesn't go through. I hope you have a backup plan. There should always be a backup plan. Even though if you have a job, you go to school for this and that you have a backup plan that you can fall on. So really consider that. People out there are hurting. I take care of patients. I see patients who have cancer. I see patients who have heart disease, cardiovascular disease, all these things. Diabetes, the main one. Heart disease, so cancer. And I have compassion for those people. How you try to take care of them. Even when my daughter was going through cancer treatment, and then hearing a friend of mine, her spouse is going through cancer. So consider those things, please. Though also with that is our water. On this executive order, it says how the coal industry will support AI data processing centers. It was said that when you use AI, artificial intelligence, it uses up a lot of water. Water is precious to us, especially for us farmers, gardeners, ranchers. We need that water. And our federal government is really trying to take away our water rights. Without water, there's no life. Keep in mind, about 70% of our body is made up of water, not coal. So remember that. We need that water. We need to use that water to grow food. Even the ranchers need to use that water for their livestock. That's the main thing, beef. So consider those things. Ashkwande.
And thank you, Joanne, for providing those statements. And next we do have Mr. Harrison Sosi.
Yeah, Che Harrison Association. The next thing you are in is that you cheat you was a chin to buy it as a road for the cheap. I see now Shahade than hot today. We furnish it all than hot Sabatai set that. Ashi team. Energy policy Mahadagi. Oh, it's all about this. It's all about the Bahashnegi, Ashizende, Francis Casey, no, Ventushnishki, Kadea, Navigation Office of Navajo Government Development, Ajabanashlish, the Bahashnegi, Ashibes in the Hadis. Kadea, the is what we're at. The executive order that we need to recognize in this discussion. The first one is this executive order is a result of a campaign commitment, promise to get support to be elected. Donald Trump will be in office for another 3.5 years. And after that, he'll be out of office. That's provided for in the US Constitution. So we have 3.5 years as far as this executive order is concerned. Now, I'm not against it, or I'm not for it, and I'll explain why. My family has been in the mining industry for many years. We started out in the uranium mines. There's a mine over there they call VCA that I hold. So all my relatives would go over to Comb Ridge and work there through the 50s, 60s, mostly. Then my father-in-law worked at the Utah Kennecott mine for over 40 years. My wife, Geraldine, worked for BHP Billiton for 20 years plus. And I also made my living working in the energy industry, starting out with Western Area Power Administration in Salt Lake City. I worked on developing the
DPA power plant that was proposed, the Navajo transmission. This is my life's work working, as most of you know, also on the lease amendments for the Navajo generating station. Also settled litigation against the Navajo generating station, received a few dollars for the nation. In addition to that, also worked on the purchase of the BHP, what was known as Navajo mine, by the Navajo Nation for INTEC. We created INTEC of the Department of Justice. We probably have over 100 agreements, individual agreements related to that deal. We did various assessments, including a financial assessment. We did a coal reserves assessment, due diligence, and then we also did a capital assets due diligence. So there's a lot of work that goes into these, but at the end of the day, it's all a matter of financial wherewithal. Who's going to want to make the investment? It's not controlled by government. It's not controlled by anyone else. It's a private investment activity, and people do have to do their due diligence as to whether or not they're going to continue down this road, develop a power plant, create a mine. You have to have your due diligence, and you have to have investors. And that's where this operation may run into problems, because there's a national consensus, a mindset that we need to go to clean coal and renewables. Folks out there are lobbying banks, they're lobbying utility owners and so forth, and even protesting against these facilities. So we just need to keep that in mind as to whether or not we're going to continue down this road with the Navajo Nation. It's just advice and not a hard line to say I'm against it. As I said, my family's made its life on the mining industry and energy industry. But that's all I wanted to say, is to come up here and say we have to tread slightly and realize that Donald Trump will be out of office in 3.5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sosi. And at this time, we do have two of my colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council who has also joined us. So I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves. Honorable Chris Benito, and also Vice Chair of the Resources and Development Committee, Casey Allen Johnson. The first, Delegate Yanita.
Oyate Chat. Looks like a lot of the INTEC employees are here. Chat, I know that job is very important. And Shea, my name is Curtis Yanito, and Shea. Shubra in Sha. Arish is Chin. I don't love Utah. The whole one, Lenny Bottle. Are Naya that cafe. I don't see the Oveka road also. Never know how lot also. From there, should Mahalonde, Chujeta Halonde, She, or Yunahasada Halonde, Tornade. It seemed like they just vanished. You know, they didn't reach old age. You know, I always have sympathy for a lot of the health issues that we face here at Nation. I thought it was just my area. Akoban this case though, it is relative to UST because of uranium mines, because of coal. Oh, you wouldn't dash. And I tried to get on board with coal mines, but I never got hired. I don't know why. But a lot of the contractors, you know, just like a monthly contractors that moves in, those are the ones that I jump on board to do drilling and do a lot of piping, pipelines, or even overhauls on oil fields and so forth. Those are the small contractors that hired me. That's how I survived a lot of provide for my family. Because in the case of, like I am with the health standing committee. That's who I stand for. I know there's pros and cons about providing jobs. That's, we're facing like fossil fuels. So and I know that a lot of the speeches that I've been listening here, on the media or driving over here, that just like a cancer, that a lot of those victims, they're in hospitals right now. They can't come over to this meeting right now to present their cases here. The case of people that don't speak for themselves. 8 Avons, this case, and then it goes back to my mom, my dad, my uncles. That's all not. And I feel like I'm fortunate that I never went in those fields. I'm glad that I went, continue my education and higher education. It was this case. And then a lot of the water that we have right now, our fields, this whole groundwater, Navajo Nation is all contaminated. I know that by evidence because we drill for these water for our fields over there, downstream, where we plant and then nothing produced from that. Got it studied. There's a lot of contaminants that's mixed with this water, groundwater. And then with EPA, Navajo Nation, they don't study groundwater. They only study water on the surface. We don't even have all that information, even within our health system. We don't have all the information on what kind of effects all our Navajo people have been affected by. See, these are the reasons that I am kind of looking at it as pros and cons. I know that you guys provide a lot for your family. That's good. But as being a part of the health, those are the issues that are brought up to us. And then you're very fortunate that you guys have a job here because it's local and it's right here. It's just next door. And then with all those people out there in rural area, it's very difficult for them to get the jobs that you guys are having here. And then another thing too is that I'm part of the education as well. I am hearing a lot of engineers. I'm hearing a lot of designers. I am really grateful for that. I wish that you could go back to your own area, like your grazing area of your mom or dad or your grandfathers, and engineer all that. Even get together and engineer the whole Navajo Nation and come up with a master plan to develop a really good economic development, production economic development. I think that would be a really good approach. That's what I always say to these educators, is that you need to teach your kids what is important, where they come from. Start developing what their needs are in the future in your area. See, that's what we're losing. We're just moving on to different jobs. I did that. I went all over the world working. Last job I had was in Bahamas before my my position here. And human service is what we oversee as well. That's where all the jobs that we're all pursuing comes from. With Navajo, I feel like, like fossil fuel is an easy way out. But look at the future. Look at all those people out there now. Overpopulation. That's what we're facing. Food sources. Are we going to run out of food someday? Like those kind of issues that we always think about. And then relocating a lot of the areas as well. A1, such case, but hopefully that we all can come to a consensus and really think about grants coming from the USA. There's exterior funds that are coming in that the government are trying to help us out to really improve our areas. I was at a meeting with San Juan County, Utah, this morning. ADDA Nikaya, Hadilage Tangido, Nidi So I just want to say that, and I want to say thank you, and then I want to give the floor to my delegate here, Johnson.
You guys hear me? That's it. I'm still sleeping. It's a really good speech. Dismissed. Yeah. Hey. Şey, Kemal Johnson, şey, madde bilgisi, aşağıda topaş, şey, ana şey, literally Mishnah. I go to Mishnah. I come from the west side, the best side, the western side, God's country, Cameron, Arizona, USA. So I just want to let everybody know, coming in, and it's good to be here with you today. I represent Cameron, Coal Mines, Lonnie Lake, First Springs, and Luke. I just want to thank this community on this side for that power plant, that coal mine. That's the reason why we have those direct services out there. Chapter house, senior center, daycare, head start, scholarship, emergency funding, emergency. So thank you. I really commend Honorable Chair for his advocacy. It wasn't for your resource here, all that would have been shut down. I just met with the Head Start yesterday about our roof that needs to be repaired in Cameron. They said we don't have the funding. We're going to have to do a legislation and shake that money tree in Winter Rock and get that up. So I'm going to Mexico tomorrow. I'm going to see if I can find a carpenter and but really, a lot of that funding that's coming from here is helping the whole Navajo nation. And I want to thank you. I know I go from a community that had uranium, 111 abandoned uranium mines still out there, just covered up with sand and they left. They took that resource. I don't want that to happen here. We're going to make sure it's done a lot cleaner. We want to make sure your wages is a lot higher. We want to make sure that the management, we want Navajo preference across the board, upper management. That's what I want. That's what's going to happen. We're going to have a fully operational plant that's run by Navajo, a mine that's run by Navajos. All these Filipinas, you better start sending your resume out. I just want to, hey, don't leave. It's not going to happen just yet. So, again, I'm here to listen to your concerns, listen to everything. I know, one of the main things before I became a delegate years back, from the AGS to Peabody, we had some farms down there in Curly Valley. My late father had a plot there. The water went down and down, and like he said, there was some research done that, as a Peabody, into the aquifer, it consumed a lot of water, so that's what depleted a lot of the water. But we don't have that problem here, man. That water's still running down this way. San Juan, I know a lot of that water is taking care of the plant as well as the mine. So, that's very, it's a very sensitive subject, all these health issues. I lost both my parents to stomach cancer, which is attributed to uranium. So, I want to hear both sides, and I want to, support the whole Great Navajo Nation. I not only represent my communities, but I represent you as well. So I want to thank you, and I'm not gonna be up there. I think I'm gonna get cut off here pretty soon. So I'm gonna sit down. If anybody has any water, I'm kind of thirsty.
Thank you, Council Delegates Curtis Benito, and also our Vice Chairman, Casey Ellen Johnson, and all my colleagues that are still here listening directly from our Navajo people. This is your opportunity to speak and to have your opinions and your stance. Non-conditioning. Ashiana, certain non-conditional, we have about 15 individuals who is willing still to speak. And I know many of our miners, they'll be headed back out in a few minutes back to work. So I'm gonna try and give them the opportunity, if they do need to speak, the time to on the floor for their comments. So next we do have Vivi Melendez. We have Vivi. Is Vivi still here with us? Okay, well, maybe when she comes back, we'll come back around to her. Next, we do have Arnold Hatashi.
Yeah. أخاف من يتصير خايبي عليه شيء عليه منظور فيك أنا يعني عليه تقولي إيه هذا الشيء 16 years you have stayed a middle health مستشفى عليش مستشفى وعليه عليه كل المستشفى شنو مستشفى كي أنا شيء كشيء شيء طبعا عليه تشمل تو هذا الناس مشكلة يكون ده هذا كان يا تبش تحشش yeah 18 years تحششتي yeah it's kind of a thing so the yoda with كمان السيجارات every day that مش تستخدم مش هذا اليوم مش هذا في السيدو مش كده نيت إيه مش هذا اليوم. So we can keep ourselves safe, we watch out for each other, just like our family, just like everything we do. We apply a lot of the stuff we have that we learn from our work for our well-being at work. Yes, we hear coal is bad, coal is this, coal is that. But we have an initiative at our work, our safety department, like George over here. And he's done a lot of the teachings to keep ourselves safe. PPEs, respirators, the dangers, the fine print of working with coal, asbestos, silicates, all other materials that we work with. We work with heavy equipment on a daily basis, huge, massive equipment every day that are very dangerous. So we do a very dangerous job that not everybody can do. And so with that, I was part of the mine rescue team there for a while. We're so remote. We have to have our own EMTs to service our work area. And we respond to our own accidents or incidents, and we take care of our own out there because we're so remote. And we usually meet up with the care facilities here at San Juan or meet up with the ambulances halfway. So we take care of each other very well. And you see all these happy, greasy faces over here. So I think they're pretty well fed. As long as you feed them, they'll be all right. So no native rising yet. So we're okay. So Red Mesa,
ตัวคนต่อคิดอะไรนี่ตัวเฟสนั่นสุดอชาเดนั่นสุดเฮปตะฮีนั่นสุดเฮนิสวาวันต่อเดียวเดียนต่างนี่เคลอนต่อชินต่อเป็นเชี่ยอินสวาวันต่อสุดอาชาเดเริ่มต่างเซนั่นชีเคนั่นนัดจะนักเขียนต่างนี่ต่างโน่อาชินซาจะต่างนี่ 2 to 3 weeks 4 weeks a month แต่เฮียแต่สาบอะไรต่างเตะبتخاف ياشو عليه الإخلاص سقط تياشو نجون نشكون نيجي كيس هذا نجوا أخير كمية زندي زندي الدنون ديش توه بوتون ده إكيدا توه بوتون هيدا ديش ده نجوا نهذا plan ده يا بوته نجوا هذا إكيدا أشكيرو ده أشكيرو تو آشا شيكو كوجا نيجا نزونون دا أنش آتا إكسمود أوكي ده يهوته توندا إشكين شوف دا إشكين شكيرا ده تلاو ده إيه تهجونية لو ده هبتلنا هوتلا هذا نيجا عند إتلا إيه هو دا جيه أنا دا كابي زي كون الخان دا جيه ده هذا تيمانس ده جيه دا جيه جوا لا كون ده إستخاص So actually quite interesting is what it is. So it one could actually yeah, it's not so yeah, I did it.
Okay, I have Mr. Hatafi. And next we have Sean Woods.
Good afternoon. Thank you, speaker, delegates, officials, and the Intech family and everybody out here attending and hearing everything we have to say. Yeah, my name is Sean Woods. My dad's from Chonto, Arizona, so I have family in Arizona, all in that area there. You know, some of them were part of Black Mesa. Some of them worked in Page area. My mom, she's from Tohatchee area, not Kibitwaden. And right now, I currently reside here. So I'm a community member here in Nenahnezad. And I'm pretty fortunate to work with Intech. Growing up, you know, I've seen the struggle around the Navajo Nation, Arizona side, New Mexico side, with their stuff. I've seen that struggle all around. I'm pretty fortunate to work at a company coming in 04 as a temporary IT technician. Right now, I'm a manager. So they gave me this opportunity to grow from a temp person to looking over what the mine has to do going forward. So I'm proud of it. I'm proud to say that the decisions we make on the mine, you know, all of them are positive. A lot of these folks came up and spoke and said that, yes, we're reclaiming the land, we're following all these regulations. That is what we're doing. We are not like any other company out there. There's mention of Black Mesa. We are not Black Mesa. We are a different company here, and we follow the rules. We know the land is precious. I'm a farmer here. There was talk about, hey, this stuff hurts farmers. I'm a farmer here, and it's not hurting me. I believe the hurt comes from is if you're wanting to put in the work to farm, you're going to receive the results. Yeah. We have to do that. We have to put that effort in to see the crops grow. Water, yes, water is very important. You know, I irrigate my land when I get done with work. You know, I cut the hay, bale it in this right now summer heat. But I want to do it. Yes, I have family members that help me out, but we all have to do what's best for our lives. And growing up, my dad worked for P&M near Winter Rock. He was a welder. We grew up on that financial stability. But right when I was in graduating high school, he was laid off. And if you look at the financial side, it's like turning on off the water in your faucet. We've seen that struggle in our family. And then I had to go to college without finance, but I made it in college. I shipped, you know, I worked through it. And right now, my family, I have a son, I have a daughter, beautiful wife, mother-in-law. She spoke here earlier. And my son right now is going to college. And I want to definitely push my son and my daughter through college so that they can also have that stamp of a degree to further their education and their well-being. We all need that. So with the support of the Navajo Mind, and I also, with its executive order, I do support it too. From me as an individual, growing up in Arizona, New Mexico, thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. And next we do have Trevor Harvey.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, members of the council. Thank you for allowing me to hear my voice today. My name is Trevor Harvey. I grew up in Nenahnezad, Arizona. Grew up in a family of leaders. That's where I hail from. Been there for almost all my life. I've my clan is Kibachini, that is Antibushin, Zoda, say not So I come from Tees. I started since I was small, went to boarding school there, spoke to a lot of elders there. Was raised by a single mother. Really all I was told was to work hard. Work hard, everything you do. Challenge yourself. Set a goal and seek it. Don't stop. So as you fast forward, you know, to now, I've actually worked at Navajo Mine for the last 18 years. As environmental specialist, I've seen the land, I've seen the animals, I've seen flowers grow. So whatever you hear in the tabloids, you don't believe it. I see it firsthand. Things grow, things live there. I had come from a generation of my grandfather was a uranium miner, and then my uncle worked at Peabody for 45 years, and he came back to Tucson Plus to live with us, and he is healthy as ever. So I always take it with a grain of salt when someone tells me that coal mining is bad. I see it every day. I live it every day. My kids see it. My wife sees it. And they benefit from it on a daily basis. They get to do things, that stuff that I didn't do when I was in peace. Last time I checked, there was an opportunity a lot close. I went to Aztec High School right after boarding school. I still lived in the dorm in high school. I still had a lot of independence as I grew up. But as I got challenged and went to adulthood, I had to seek help. A lot of that help came from the Navajo Nation as well. Through the Department of Youth Services, Navajo Nation program that support college, off-campus access. I went to Denae College. I seen the system. It's awesome. I went to San Juan College. That's great as well. Great Native American program. Then I moved on to the University of New Mexico and obtained my bachelor's degree in biology. And again, I've done some things. I dissected worms, you name it. But my goal was to be professional, to take a good job for my family. but I also wanted a challenge. I could have chosen anything I wanted to. But I chose mine because I was told it was so hard and the pay was very competitive. And as I grew up, I went to high school, I was a wrestler, football player. All I was taught in life was work hard, challenge yourself, don't quit, be disciplined, be determined. So that's built in me. So that's how I live, and that's how I move. But I also talk about impacts. We talk about impacts. Communities around here. I had sons who were in baseball, basketball, wrestling, football, you name it. I've coached in there freely in my own time. No complaints. And every kid I ran into there either had a father or mother that worked at the mine, plant, or shiprock. And I've impacted their lives. As a matter of fact, I have one sitting over there who used to play baseball for me. And now he works for the mine. So the impact is great. Although you look at this as it may be minimal, it could be great. Taking away the power plant, the coal mine, that just gives one less time to someone who really needs it, whether it be youth, whether it be someone who needs to hear it. But again, I just wanted to talk about the growth. If Navajo mine were shut down and the kids would go away, growth would really be minimal. Oil fields are gone. So what is there to challenge everyone? Yes, true, we got to have backup plans. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But also, we need more challenges. And what are the challenges? What could be more challenging than working at the mine? And that's tough, because you got to be safe first. Because if you're not safe, you don't come home. And that's tough. We want to talk about, again, professionalism there. I've been there for 18 years. I'm currently a permit coordinator there, so I can see a lot of the stuff that comes in, verify. I use my degree, but I also was told to bring back to the Navajo Nation. That's what I was told when I was small. And how would we do that if we were just to shut down here? And I believe when I was small, I used to drive by that and see, I thought it was a city. And I was like 4 years old. I used to see the plants lit up. And I said, I always wanted to be over there. Now I'm here. Now I work for it. But it reaps benefits, a lot of benefits. And all the people behind me that spoke is true. It's a great place to work, great atmosphere. And like I said, if I could show you today, if you come visit, come by and take a tour, I might let you hold a hawk or two. There are hawks, there are eagles, there are beavers, there's life there. And there was one person that said, if you have beavers that live there, it shows that you have a great ecosystem. As a biologist, I believe in that as well. But again, just thank you for hearing my voice today. I really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. All that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey, for providing your statement. And also wanted to say thank you to Jaron Bates, who cooked and smoked all the brisket for lunch today. So thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, Chanel, Lorenzo Bates. Oh, no, I didn't see you cook, see your face. But thank you to the Bates family for cooking lunch today. It's very much appreciated. Next we have Lavina Pablo.
Good afternoon, honorable delegates. My name is Lavina Pablo. I work at Navajo Mine. And I'd just like to mention that the mining industry basically saved my life. First and foremost, by allowing me as a single mother to provide for my children, but in another sense, it literally saved my life. Back in the early 2000s, as a recent college graduate, I applied for a job at Chevron Mine, and I received the job. And I received the job offer. from Chevron, and as a contingency, I was required to go through a thorough physical exam to be hired. Long story short, as a result of the exam, I was diagnosed with melanoma, skin cancer, and my life could and would have been cut short if it were not for that physical exam that the mining company required of me. There's a lot of what if that I go through daily, but I had that good fortune of catching that early, because that was 20 years ago that this happened to me. And in that time, I got married, I supported my elderly parents, and I had two beautiful children. One who graduated from high school this past May, a young handsome man with a lot ahead of him, a young man, my son, who was going to the Air Force to proudly represent our Dene people. So I owe my life and my children's lives to the industry. I was able to obtain my mining degree through the Navajo Nation scholarships, as well as through the mining company. And the young Dene men and women, they deserve that same opportunity that I had, be it by scholarships, by being employed through contractors, or by the mine company itself, or even in the cities that surround the mine. And that the coal mining industry impacts a lot of us and our livelihoods. So I support the mining industry for what it is and what it provides for our Navajo Nation, our Dene people, and for what it provides for me and my children, a home and opportunities. And again, my life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pablo. Next, we do have Crystal Lee Beekes.
Hello, yes, and my name is Crystal Lee. I am from Sweetwater, and my parents paid the match. I'm a little nervous. I'm a contractor with the local agency, and that is with Elwood. So in my position, I support Navajo Mine and APS. I was selected through the Elwood agency with Intech. My position right now is a community relations specialist. Before this, I was more of a community service. That was more my type of tea. I was out there helping the community, but within a small type of business. Before I started to apply for Elwood, I was actually working for New Mexico Title Loans. And once they closed, I tried out for another job, which I was fortunate to land with Intech. So being in this position, community relations specialist, I got to see a lot of opportunities. Sorry. It's a little different because going out there to all the chapter houses in each and every community, and you see this diversity of how some are still living in poverty, some of them do have family that will help to support them, but not everyone. You know, there are some that do reach out to the chapter houses. There are some that, you know, question why the Navajo Nation haven't really helped out the chapter houses or certain fundings to certain families. So, given this opportunity, I really enjoy it. I like going out there, talking with the communities, finding out what needs to be heard, take it back to my boss and let them know. So providing the community benefit, to me, I feel like that's a great resource for all the chapter houses that have families that are living in poverty. Not everyone is fortunate to have family members that's willing to dish out money to remodel, to do any type of renovation to certain things. So with that being said, working with Intech going on 10 months, I have learned a lot of things that I haven't been taught. Only reason was because I left the nation, go to school, did what I needed to do, came back, landed a good job, learning more things. So I am supporting this order here. And I do want to see this Navajo Mine and APS continue. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you for that testimony. And next we do have Dr. Christine Benali.
Yade kutong kada aibi shaya chiji ado betamishet chichi chiji tashada do yani chichi kada statement ishla IPA yaha any extraction if not done properly is not good. What I mean by that is playing with the no jilda slita the agent that Nashita no asbestos that he fly ash with the Dalia. And they're dumped into the pit and they're covered up. Ani Aje Ayu Ke Dash Shaj Nashanad Adochi for eight and not Chidet Sophie Nishko Ohoya 55-gallon drums and they under the cover that other by other part the house net but no if I she that the toxic waste has been covered up. Machine need to high that the young the ship hotel put that they don't show. She has been okay or Jones need a partition for ya that they can't do in the hockey. Ediki atau John Ida ane ajen shish because of art because it's tahi because the lab when the coal the gray iki ahota hota the iki sulfur because you ende the go on that and never taho what the job ado ya the أخذ بعض نقول دور تحت دور تحت دور تحت أجر يبدأ ننتج basically wonder what that based on nothing they okay also how do you say it's easy and the information that you have to be able to see I can't okay I are need as much the never trust called ADD Hajo and Oshiati Ado She Yaha Tetsi Yaha Yaha Shavan Oko Kodata Tongo Ada Nastapi Ado it's Ado Medina Shell Ado Ejo soil that other. So we're getting the aftershocks earthquake. I know what it sounds like. They cannot either the pushing out like the we had an earthquake. I knew what it was. And they're off the freeway. It wasn't a truck. That's all the vehicle. Earth starts shaking. We experience that every day. And I said, when does that or short and that issues and clear flash table, please over that at the window they break. But I need for the later if you want with the how these take. So we need assistance for that. I need Walter Collins, Florida, what about her? 88 Ishadi Stevenson, Koshinkai, and this executive order says something about enforcing equity. Kodo Bezmani that enforcement was that the tribe was ever prosecuted and other equity never other ayuda net other need equity no DEI no odds or that the whole that just because you're brown. Anyway, what I also did did one lenigi right the whole Navajo Lake Shaka campground say this guy Michael Yaki, yeah. I just did a launch was down there during the first Trump administration. They shared that stepmother then then they cremated their ash out of the baby. It's on Facebook. Okay, every year it's lost and they yell.
Thank you, Dr. Benali. Next, we have Bia Redfeather.
Yeah, I shouldn't yeah, sitting up there. Shay, be red feather, she, a she, Ogalala, Lakota, Bushishi, listen to that, Bushishi, Ada Ogalala, Lakota, Bushinella. I am here to support the Executive Order 14261. I support this because my husband, Mr. Redfeather, has worked out at the clinic. He's worked there for 31 years. That has provided stability, that has provided education for myself and my family. I've just recently re-entered the college again to obtain my master's degree. Mr. Redfeather has also earned 2 college degrees just recently. If it wasn't for Navajo Mind being there, supporting us, putting food on the table, and allowing me to do the things that I can do for my community, and that, I mean, I run a nonprofit dog rescue, and I can tell you, and I want to thank Navajo Mind for believing in my nonprofit. They have supported my nonprofit with dog food, with money, with transportation that the Navajo Nation cannot do. I've been to them several times asking for their support. So with that being said, this is just a quick reminder that the mine does give royalty to the Navajo Nation, which does fund the council delegates' wages and chapter officials, along with many other entities within the Navajo Nation, such as within the Navajo Nation government. Also, I understand the fine line between respecting Mother Earth and the opposition. We weren't put here by the United States government. We were forced here within the Navajo Nation. The Creator was looking out for us back then. We are sitting on mounds of natural resources. With today's presidency, with the guy that's sitting in there right now, if we do not capitalize on our natural resources, he's going to take it from us. And then where's the Navajo Nation going to look for money? We won't have it. He's going to take it. So I support this, and I support Mr. Nygren's position on moving forward and benefiting from our coal mine and our natural resources. Mr. Johnson, right? I wish he would come to Shiprock as council delegate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Redfeather. And next we have Elisa Begay. Elisa Begay.
I have a couple of suggestions for this initiative. We had talked about artificial intelligence and the amount of water it uses. And last week, we had a BNF meeting here where we talked about the struggles in harnessing the power of water. But I think we need, if we're going to go this direction, to really consider how are we going to capture that as a price, because ultimately our water goes to Arizona and California, free flowing. So I would like us to consider how much water is going into those towers, as stated before. I am a business owner. I own 2 businesses. One is real estate, the other is an independent consultant for West. My job is to help empower entrepreneurs, and it's very difficult to do that when a large corporation and every enterprise on the Navajo Nation does not utilize Navajo-owned businesses. Procurement 1 and 2 go out the window whenever there is a buddy across the table. I would like us as a Navajo Nation to start thinking about taxing enterprises that do this. And APS, Navajo Mine, is surrounded by Navajos who are entrepreneurs, who are very successful and very capable, but yet they're often overspent. So I would like the procurement process to have teeth, and I want a grievance process to be formed specifically with Navajo Mines so that our Navajo businesses have equal opportunity. I love the beautiful stories that the families had about taking care of their family, but as a community leader just said, the money flows to the leaders, but it doesn't flow into the community. So the stories I heard about the families they're taking care of, wonderful. But it does stop to an extent when it comes to the community. I also think that contributions, I'm going to left turn us into uranium. Although this coal hearing is on coal, I want to make you aware of 2 resolutions I will be introducing this Saturday when I see you all at Cove, Arizona at our Northern Agency Council meeting. I am going to ask for your support in these 2 resolutions opposing uranium mining. The 2 resolutions are going to be opposing Laramie Resources, Lahara, Mesa Uranium Mine near Tsolzif, traditional cultural property, and oppose transport of uranium through Navajo Nation and the Nenahnezad communities. The second one is opposition for energy fuels for the Roca Honda uranium mine near Tsolzif and other cultural property. I'm also asking that you consider our youth relatives in the northern lands because uranium is going right through there. In another life, before I became a business owner, I was a hazardous material remover. I had no eyebrows and steel toes, and my time went to taking out lead, asbestos, and that was a scary time for me to think about my health being at risk, that I needed to make that payment on my car, on my house. So I want us to also consider the duress we find ourselves in right now. And in that time that I worked as a hazardous removal specialist, we would make burritos with heavy duty tarps and tape. We would go all the way up to Utah and bury it and cover it with sand. And it broke my heart because we were going alongside Native communities and through reservations. And I thought to myself, all the dust that my relatives downwind are living in, those are my relatives. So it saddens me that our Navajo Nation is going through uranium mining. And again, I do apologize for bringing this issue instead of coal to this conversation, but I am trying to get my voice heard. And I will see you this Saturday and ask for your support on those 2 resolutions. I'm going to be making my way around the Northern Agency, and I'll go to each of your chapters and ask those chapters for their support. So you'll see me again. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Begay, for being here with us this afternoon and providing your statement. And next we do have Christina Morris.
Nenahnezad. Thank you for this opportunity to bring this platform to community. My name is Christina Morris. I'm originally from Tisas. I think we can all understand that we all come from a legacy of born into or raised into or profit off of some kind of legacy of mining, drilling, what have you. Yet for too long and with negative impacts and outcomes outweighing and outpacing positive benefits and outcomes, historically the dominant narrative has placed economic prosperity into force multiplier. Yet 100 years later, this narrative continues to claim lifting people out of poverty. This narrative is the language of corporate industries, while leaving Native communities to live and breathe the consequences that have negative generational imprints. There's no doubt I have benefited as a result of having family employed through such industry. Yet, my partner continues to face the inequities that in existing working conditions that doesn't necessarily place favorable health conditioning for a long-term healthy environment. Those consequences are never been analyzed by INTEC or by any other organization. Alternatives require a long-term, long-range plans with intentional designs that prioritize ecosystems and a health conscientious practice. We have the potential to develop food and tourism industries that feed our people using the resources that we have that have not been contaminated or destroyed. By promoting and practicing for better protections that minimize coal industries, oil and gas, the main force for energy, we need to think about the marshmallow effect. That marshmallow effect places that we serve our self-gratification for the immediate need and the urgency of that need by placing the things that we need at a cost of health consequences for generations. I urge you to think about what does this life-term, long-range plan after all of us here have outlived and are aging, and have we left, what will we leave for our communities and our children and our children's children? These are serious questions that require serious conversations that ask each of you, especially you, because you're our leaders, to critically think about those consequences. Not just in this decade, not in the next 2 or 3 decades, but what some of those impacts going to look like when you see an evaluation that can analyze those consequences. I haven't seen a long-range plan report for the next 15 to 20, 30 years. I'm only seeing what we can benefit for the next 5 to 10 years. And in many ways, that's like 2 years from now. In the end, I'm here to neither say I'm for it or against it. But we have to recognize that this particular industry only disproportionates to tribes like ours, that whereas the rest of the United States has failed to recognize that that tribes like our communities are disproportionately targeted for mining and drilling. And we're not critically analyzing that. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris, for providing your statement. And we will keep going with our agenda here. We have less than, I believe we have 3 more public comments to gather. And then at that time, we followed by a statement from Chairman Ricky-Nez. So next we have Nakia Everson. Nakia? Non-Clay? Is it non-Clay? Okay, it is non-Clay.
Nick, hi. So, can I move this? So I was a little bit torn on how I wanted to start this discussion. So yeah, thank you for having me. I work for Navigation Department of Fish and Wildlife, scope of the RDC report. And yeah, I just wanted to discuss some of my thoughts on this and maybe some potential solutions going on down the road. So I wrote up a letter that I'm also planning on sending as well, so I'm just going to read that because it's a little more organized in my thoughts, which are going to be bouncing all over the place anyway. So resource extraction is a short-term solution. One of the main problems we face as a people. Coal is a boom and bust economy. Once the coal mines close again, the income disappears and many will be left without work. All that will be left is the health effects of resource extraction. This is a continuing story of resources being stripped from beneath our feet for the benefit of everyone except the Navajo people. The negative effects of resource extraction outweigh the positive effects. Resources fuel the surrounding cities, Vegas, Phoenix, and beyond, but not the Navajo Nation. We have failing infrastructure, decaying homes, and are still trying to achieve access to running water and electricity in many places. When coal was the main source of income for these and other areas, these issues were not solved. A little improved during these times, and now we see what the results have been. Environmentally, the fumes released from these power plants will continue to choke the communities who already have high levels of asthma. A noxious cloud currently hangs over the 4 corners. This cloud is visible from space and will only grow as coal continues to be burned. When discussing remediated lands, from my observations, they don't effectively recover. I think of the coal mines near Window Rock, Arizona, where the barren remediated lands cannot grow trees. Even if the land has been remediated, the scar will again be reopened by these industries when they decide to come onto Navajo land. Navajo Nation's most precious resource is water. We are in severe drought. The immense amounts of water required to support these initiatives will leave us with nothing but a desert. Waters will be poisoned, farmers won't be able to water fields, ranchers won't be able to water their livestock. We're going to be left with nothing but poisoned waters. The 4 corners has the unhealthiest air quality than any surrounding region. This is a step back, and it will continue to poison people, land, and water. Some solutions include evolving with the times, seeking renewable resource industry, seeking other skills and industries lacking on the Navajo Nation. Everything from information technology, electricians, plumbers, farmers, builders. There's a lot of just options for us to overcome these issues that we face on the Navajo Nation. We don't have to just dig all the time. Navajo people are intelligent and resilient. We can fill these niches that currently have not been filled. There's a lot more I can say on the issue. I wrote this expecting that half of my audience and more was going to be present, and they all walked out about half an hour before I presented. And so I just want to say I don't know if they were paid until 3 p.m. and ran out of time at that point, but yeah, we need to have future discussions about this because it makes you wonder why they all disappeared right around 3 p.m. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Emerson, for that testimony. And if you do have a written report, we're more than willing to take that as well. And going next, we do have Ernest Deadwood.
Thank you. My name is Ernest Swift. I grew up here in Nenahnezad and now reside in Fort Burnham chapter. And I'm a rancher. I was a farmer. I also worked at BHP. My father-in-law worked at BHP. My brother, my father. At Navajo Mine. Sorry, it's Navajo Mine, not BHP. So I do have a lot of things. I can't say I oppose or I support it, but I do have a lot of concerns. This executive order that's put in place, Navajo Nation resides and is affected by the impacts of economics everywhere else. So despite what goes on, the economy dictates what's going to happen. So I place this fault for not planning economically with our leadership. Let's look at coal. They want to revive coal, but it's not going to happen. And that's just because of the economy. Washington came out and said, drill, baby, drill. But look at the number of drilling rigs that are going in the US, they're decreasing. Tariffs are killing the economy. We're going to have a lot of problems here within the next year, 2 years. So I know a lot of people will not appreciate or may be offended by what I say, but it's reality and needs to be said. Let's look at what they talk about in economic development. The railroad, the blue urea, helium, hydrogen, carbon capture, carbon sequestration, what has been done. Let's look at the fiasco with hemp. Nothing went in progress forward. We have a housing issue. Hemp is excellent for that. We should be looking at vertical integration. We should be looking at developing foreign international contacts for investments and to develop our economy. Again, I listen to RDC all the time, and I see very little in leadership and heading in that direction. President's office, same thing. I challenge our RDC members to start coming up with ideas. All I hear from all these committees are listen to reports, voting green or red. I spoke in front of the budget committee when I brought up water rights. It was almost like they were afraid to address water rights. NIP project, we were given 500,000 acre-feet of water. Has NIP been completed? Is there a plan to complete it? We go to Washington standing and begging for money for the states. We need to think outside the box and let's start looking at where we can get international funds. We are a sovereign nation. Let's be a sovereign nation and go outside the federal and state systems. Other tribes are doing it. Why can't we? Our border towns make all the money. We don't. All this talk about scholarships from Cole. Where are those kids that were given scholarships? Are they here? I know my kids are all gone off reservation. And like I said, people will not appreciate what I have to say. I neither support or oppose it. I look at economic development as needing to be developed. And blue or hydrogen and the other pipelines they're talking about, they're on the Navajo reservation because they're going to give us right of ways and a fee that's pennies on the dollar. If they had to go off reservation, they would have paid me.
Thank you, Mr. Deswood. And next we do have Marcelius Begay.
Hello, Yadler. Say Marcellus Gage, Kiani, Nakarine, Bassishin, Chi, Che, Kiani, Kilchi, Bishna. Hello, thanks for letting me speak today. Thanks for hearing my voice. I told you who I am, my clients, where I come from is just across Navajo. I grew up there, Chokosan, on the Chaco Wash, lived there my whole life. My family's from there. My grandparents, maternal grandparents are Brooke Lewis and Henry Lewis. His parents are Albert McGay and Benny McGay from Clover. So, the Red Valley area. So, but I come from mining family. I grew up in this area. I went to Pearland Central High School, so I've seen a lot of the benefits as a young man growing up in this area, coming from the mine. There's the KYA program that's helped. It's been there for me when I was little, allowing me to play sports. I know the mine has a big deal to do with that. The experiences I got, I went to school. I got my associate's degree. I was drafting by trade. I came back here. I wasn't too fond of Phoenix, so I just came back home and started a family here. And went to work in the oil for a little while. Knew that wasn't for me. It's not what I wanted to do. To each his own. You know, everybody has their own way of life. And I knew the oil field wasn't the life I wanted for me and my family. So I chose drafting, thought I could do it. Saw that the mine was applying, looking for a surveyor. I thought I got a shot. Luckily, it approved. So I started working for the mine. Everything from my younger days to that point, it was a struggle. You know? There was struggle. There were struggles. Finding ways to get to work, finding ways. I had my oldest son at the time, getting into school. We had one vehicle. You know, it was a struggle. All that changed when I started working at the mine. When I got here, it wasn't a crazy lot amount of money, but the opportunity to take what I had. As I started here, my family began to grow. And it was, my kids are healthy. They never needed anything. Right? So my family grew. I have 4 kids now. Right? They all live comfortably. We live comfortably. So I have a big family. Without Intech, I feel like that would have happened. From then on, I've met new people. I talk about them. I made some great friends here. My bosses, the branch, they were good people. They came from Wyoming. They're just good people. Without them, I wouldn't have learned certain qualities that I've grown to put in myself and instill myself. I wouldn't have known them if I didn't work for the mine. The opportunities for my children, education, they have a lot going for them right now. They don't have to worry about it. My son's just graduated this year from Navajo prep. He's going off to college. And I don't have to really harp on him on telling him he needs to get a great job and tell him he needs to support anybody. He can actually chase whatever he wants. He gets to fulfill his dream. So I'm talking to you guys today, not really as a miner, not as a Navajo, but as a provider. I'm a man. My definition is I provide. I have a wife. I have kids. My job is to provide. Right? And a lot of these people here coming to you today that work, they're providers. And that's why they come here today. If you take away their way of providing, you know, who are they?
what happens to what's happened to Navajo people when they've been taken away from their ways of providing. Right. So that's it. Thank you for hearing me today. And I just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGay. Lastly, we do have Mr. Norman McGay.
Okay, I got a phone here. Yate, che Norman Kari Agate Dashine, my Dashki Shon. Jose Hachi, Bashi, Hachi Dashido, Shi National, I'll mention. And I'm the current chapter president here, Nenahnezad, for the past 13 years, 4 terms, which I'm really proud of all the community members here that we really do support the executive order here that's from the U.S. president. My dad, my family, God bless his soul, he passed away 2 years ago. But we grew up with my dad in Colorado working in a mine, and it was a uranium mine. And just north of Dog Creek. So we lived out there during the time growing up. Cortez, of course, after the year. But we always played there at the mine area. You know that we didn't know it was uranium. You know, you don't see me glowing here, but it was never taught to them about how dangerous it was. You know, of course, you know, my middle name, Kariai, we're from Kariai, west of Shiprock and the Topto area. And my Nali's dad is Chief Manolito's brother. So he's one of the ones that signed the 1868 treaty with his brother. So, and then my mom is from Cove, Arizona. I don't know. So we got a large family. I have 9 other siblings, or 8 other siblings. So none of us really have any issues with our body. You know, the older siblings and my, you know, that we played in the cold, in the uranium, you know, that was dug out. My dad came back with all the dust and everything, you know, give him a hug and everything else. But with this legislative or executive order, I see it as we generate a lot of utility, power, everything in our area. And if it goes away, you know, what is the nation going to do? As a chapter president, we're trying to get more promotion and to invest in solar. But now we're talking about solar plant. That's in the works. But yet, we still want that mine to keep going, because right now, as we speak, you have Phoenix that's about over 100 degrees. They need all that electricity down there. So if this all goes away, and then you got your solar, you got your wind, or you wind, solar, if it's all cloudy, then what's going to happen? So that's kind of where everyone has to look at. Yeah, there's a second alternative, but it's all, you know, green. You go green, then it's not really going to help us out as much power as people. And then our revenue is going to. We might not. Some of these smaller chapters won't even exist. We might go down to only 40 chapters. With that, so with that, I'm in support of this legislative executive order, and for the community, they're in support. I'm sure they are as well. Since I brought this up yesterday in our regular chapter meeting, mystery meeting. And I kind of explained to them what this executive order is. So I appreciate your time, council, and appreciate the meal. And I hope the hospitality was great. So I appreciate everyone. Get to know you all and come visit our chapter. And I told these guys that they're going to walk the river walk, as you did see. So thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, our chapter president here from the Nenahnezad chapter. So they do have a beautiful facility. So thank you, Mr. If you have a missing phone. So that we have one more. I'm going to give the floor for Chairman Revitalization.
Let me dance with the podium. Yate shidanedo shikeda no shishido hirahanizan. Christina, she was on CCSD for quite some times and really represented the communities in our area. Carmelita and Larry and George Kelly and Ina and Kay, Arvin, and all the folks here. I know Darlene from across the river over there. I'm not campaigning for anything, but if you want me to run for something, I would maybe consider that. But the executive order that on your agenda here, 14261, Baka. I like the language here, how it's written. It says, reinvigorating America's beautiful clean coal industry. Wow. Yeah, that's what it said. Oh, the mine workers. I wish they were still here. I wish all the environmental folks were still here too. I saw this sticker a while back in the back of a pickup truck. It said that, so if guns kill people, I guess then pens and pencils misspell. And cars drive drunk. And spoons cause people to gain weight. That's what it said. And I was thinking, what about coal? What does it do? Does it kill? Does it cause bad health? Ask yourself that question. Let me tell you something. I live 3 miles from the power plant. I've been around the coal mine and all this right here. I used to go windsurfing 20 miles an hour at Morgan Lake over here. I participated in triathlons when they had triathlons over here. And then they went over to Farmington Lake. I rode my bicycle all over this place. I rode my bicycle from here to Phoenix, Arizona. And I live right here next to the power plant. You probably think, how does this happen? How do we stay fit and take care of our health? You see, guns don't kill people, it's people. We ourselves cause certain things to happen, right? Unhealed, but people, we just don't take care of ourselves sometimes. Let me talk to you about leadership. I don't have a degree in bachelor's or master's or PhD, but I stand before you and attest to the fact that leadership works if you listen to the people. This is what it's for. We have two of them. Just don't make sure these words go in and go out the other ear. With your mouth, you learn how to communicate as a leader. With your brain, behajon sahakes, the Ishman sisna jini sahakes na yes. Now, we don't hear much about leadership, but let me tell you, these are the secrets of leadership, is really just listening to the people and respecting people. And you provide a recommendation as to how they want something, and you reciprocate. What about this? And they all agree, and they shake hands. You're going to have a lot of enemies as a leader. Whatever's in the quiver, it just keeps adding, and it's never gone. Your enemies, you're going to have lots of enemies as a leader. Let me tell you, the most difficult commandment in the Bible is to love your enemies, to pray for them and to do good to them. But you know what? God is right. If you love your enemies, he says he will prepare a table before you in the presence of your enemies. They will become at peace with you if they get to know you. And some of them will throw you under the bus so many times that the bus will be afraid of you to come at you. We've got to go around this guy right here. The buses are thinking, right? This is leadership. It's a proven fact. Someone, the most verbal, whatever language they use. Let me tell you, I received a text. I received text messages and emails. One of them was because I go to church, because I'm a Christian. They hate me because of it. I'm serious. I get text messages, man, because of the hint legislation that they introduced. Man, that needs financial. What kind of people have we become as Navajos? See, I've learned to love my enemies in a special way. And they can listen to me because God is powerful. He truly is powerful. What have we become as Navajos? Why is there so much hatred? Odious, that's the word. Extreme hatred for one another. Why? It's all over social media. I don't have social media. I don't have any use for it. To me, an older gentleman says to me, be careful. Don't go on that thing. Opa, it is witchcraft, he says. And if you look up the word social media and research it, the word social, understand it. It comes from a big lie. It's a type of communication, sort of like fake news. Okay? Why do that? I was up in Denver, Colorado for 2 days.
had an opportunity to sit at a table with all these big shots, CEOs, presidents of this company, that company, and that company. They all raised their concerns, and I told them a metaphor. And they just looked at me. They said, oh, really? Here we are, we're using all these successful political jargon that works for the company. And it's as simple as that? Sure it is. A lot of things are simple. It doesn't take a person to become a leader to possess this degree, and this degree. It doesn't. It's a big lie when people say, look at their hearts, search their hearts. God searches our hearts. Seriously. I have learned a lot of things. Right now, after 18 years, I have a year and a half left of public service. 10 years of being a chapter president and 8 years of being a council. I am ready to walk away with a smile. I can say one thing. Every one of my legislations passed. Every one of them, except one. My first legislation was for Intech to acquire NGS and Kayenta Mine. And you know what? That legislation lost by one vote. That was it. Just one vote. And I appreciate all of you that work here at the mine and the power plant. And I can some Did 2031 kabayat OSHA. And how much money it goes to the nation. I'm not shy to say on the council floor that a lot of money comes from here. 40 plus million goes to the Navajo Nation General Fund. So all the other chapters can be blessed with it, okay? So they can be blessed with it. Why my colleagues and my leaders are against this, I have no idea. I need to introduce a legislation that said every money that comes from here that you don't support, no money should go to your chapter. I would think that. They don't support it. Why should they get the money? That's based on some NATO. Constituents, I can talk this way because this is what I have experienced. I know what works and I know what doesn't work. Now, why should we blame the power plant and the coal for whatever it does and how it affects people's lives? Think about this. What about our health and how we don't eat properly? We eat and consume a lot of greasy foods. You have a soda can next to you that you just had consumption of today. You probably had some sweets that you brought, or you had desserts. You might be, when you get off work, drink beer, wine, or whiskey. Or you might occasionally smoke marijuana or smoke cigarettes. Don't you think a lot of these things causes bad health and we don't talk about it? And we say no, it's not. And then someone says, don't you have birthday parties for your children? Don't you have balloons at these birthday parties where they all say, happy birthday to you? Here you have these so-called dangerous helium in the balloons that you call it dangerous. Okay, I should never have supported it, no? Order here, cheat or hashing. Oh, tell the nature, we just want to blame someone. I went to the mine and I saw the reclamation. You know what? It was beautiful. It looks like it has never even been mined at all. And how they restore the land. And to the indigenous people, native people, eagles are a big thing. Very sacred birds, but on some occasions, guess what insect did? They protected that eagle's nest over there. My colleagues, you ought to go over there and check it out. This is real. You have to see the reclamation that goes on. You're not going to walk away and say, yeah. Let me tell you something. When that incident happened, the pipeline in South Dakota, okay, a lot of Navajos ran up there. They camped out, they protested, protest, all that. Let me tell you what, when Gold King mine still happened and the water turned yellow, where were the Navajos? How come they didn't set up a tent? How come they didn't come out and protest? Huh? Think about it. On Tokis, we lie and lie to ourselves. There is a difference between Kayenta mine, Black Mesa mine, and Navajo mine. That mine over there used underground water. Hey, Father, we're not sucking anything out of the ground. We're using this water, this beautiful water right here. And the mine and the power plant, they follow the law as they operate. The federal laws, the state laws, as well as Navajo Nation laws. They don't break these laws and say, hey, you. They follow the law. And bless each and every one of you that work over there and support your children and your families. We concern ourselves with so many things, sometimes by watching TV. Okay? Let me tell you, if you look in society, look around, look what's happening. If you pay attention spiritually, the Bible makes clear there's three things that is going to become very imminent. In the future, this is what's going to happen, he says. Political turmoil, political conflicts. What do you see worldwide? What do you see in America? Protests, different groups, BLN, KKK, Kadana, Beta, all these groups. A lot of these groups represent hate. They represent evil. We don't think of it that way. But political turmoil is one. Number two, economic turmoil, conflict. Boy, be very fortunate that you have a job. I'm very fortunate to be leader on the Navajo Nation Council. When I drive long distance, I'm able to get reimbursed for it. When I go a little ways, I don't count it. There's political conflicts, turmoils, there's economic turmoils. These are going to be the most troublesome times that humanity has ever experienced in the history of the world. Number three, environmental turmoil. It's real. It's real. Navajo mine's not the only one that's taking care of his work, our plan. You drive over to Los Angeles, what do you see? Smog, right? What is China doing? Do they follow the law? The worst polluter, right? But what I'm saying is we just picked these two right here. On some case, we don't, with this climate change and global warming, please pay attention to what I'm going to say to you. Climate change and global warming is real. It is right before us. It is real. But let me tell you something here. Okay. Why is it that we do not consider the climate change of the society's evil? Why is it that we don't think about it? We like to bring to the forefront climate change, drought, everything. But we don't pay attention to the climate change of society's evils. That's what's killing us most. We're killing each other. What about global warming, international? There is a conflagration of extreme hatred everywhere. And most especially ourselves as the Ned people, Navajos. The other day, a young lady says, to me, that has become probably a thing of the past because we don't speak sacredly. We don't speak Digan anymore. Our love has gotten cold. It truly has. We have a fire burning out of control that's called hatred. I get all this stuff and say, here, Mr. Miz, look what's on social media. Look who's saying to who. I don't need that. I don't want to internalize that stuff. I want to be able to shake hands with people and say, God, hey, how's your day going? Say, thank you for listening, and God bless each and every one of you. Take care of your families. Continue to do so.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And my colleagues, if you want us to share any reflections, we'll start with Council Delegate George Toll.
Dati, kung kayo nito, at-an, masamigi, nito, sigiyo ay sa hasling. Ako, hindi ka pagkito, kikoli, sige, masamigi. The reason why we're having this public hearing is President Lola, our own president. We're trying to get information from him. What did he promise? What are some of the words that he spoke to the president? Forest Lake Community, Western area, So what we're trying to get, we're trying to ask the president what Atila Benini, Atila Begisakita, or Zolian Fatenta, Nenahnezad has Oko, Podonkinatani, speakers start having this public hearing. So, and right now at this time, she's trying to get the president before the council. So a council in the law says when you advocate, when you make a decision for the nation, you have to inform the council, which will never consult. Even now we're having this, the mine over here, only 100 police.
le kucho westro ani bote pata jo pai bagan ke hata dia o to hata sena so they use to pas gana a company office ge bi la ichi pata jo pai ta ne ke ya ke sto este ato ani koha si an fashion Jano ebe hinshnata no. Hopefully, one of the things that be in their mind is do not sell your land. All of your land, hikaya pa. Hala ebe nijata isi hatati. Tene tuisani tsatatolzin. Deben na. Owen Koto, the Krishna Hagan Zati Hadika. The Krishna Hago, Yahadikon, Yahay, Hadagina, Hizad Lengi, Jota, Oyo, Zikis, Children Stako, Hasfot 8 of this, Nhas Chinda Tzad in that need of this, Yahagidon, neighbor or after. Kala kun hitoni billa konflani klinson an skis ni hijane kutunjano ke kahama le disha pada jobar kis ani pada the paya hijo the area big kashi it's la cheta okam Che codedan hinos gita che no tino che to credo confusivo nodo controlse e cotla hijane che ba de tonda hiki apta ami ecco henasino e ye ecco shin famia rolan hijane tans aton ha Chito pada jono atata ne che tatniki apata ga episis case even yet apila tata nila susta ayubo don't you support this initiative upon that machine ajo alia ajo itsen but we like to have an answer from the president what he said to the president of the United States Ako kwegi ede kabela si ede ya kwel familia on sort the store yeah but he's thank you
Yeah, non-conditioning for those messaging, which is from our phone, to other the nas 17 double day 97 nas over like it's been a long day. Of course, yeah, for those on the other hand, holidays are those national about kids of Abraham so the long Abraham kids. Joe not only Joe any holidays on the only Hunt the whole hour, holidays on the cross. Nation even the Japan, national so because of those needs, although not for national have those needs. Though the project resources and development project has making so the technical needs although page for us and then that niche so even that you put the case launch so machine that is up and that you can ya a case although put the machine so they the chapter for sure or brigade so she donde totalmente machine long con house for she for Nenahnezad chapter for your hospitality and great staff. And I had an earlier tour here at the chapter about 2 weeks ago. Actually bought that wing home, and it felt like home, being home, just to be welcome here on the tour. The veterans, parts of the veterans, your own gym, the river walk, National Bokong, Nenahnezad, and chapter the Yoshi, the initial federal holiday, so thank you. It means a lot to the council and myself that if you're here on a federal holiday, you sacrifice your rest, the ability to not work, council delegates that were here. Thank you for allowing to put your people first today. We had the opportunity just to stay home and relax, but this is a priority for us to hear directly back from the people. And it gives us an insight on how we need to start drafting policies and also some type of accountability. We heard a lot about accountability. We heard about sustainability, self-sufficiency, and how to provide for our families, and environmental impact, and also contributions, community benefit funds. So there's a range areas of themes that we have heard throughout these 2 public hearings. Now our task will be to gather all of these comments, both written and also verbal, and compile it into a comprehensive report and present that back to leadership. And that gives us the opportunity to say, it's a reminder for us leadership to consider your comments and your opinions, your positions on how this impacts your lives. So again, thank you to my colleagues. So I'm very happy that we have Chairman Nenahnezad and Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson, who stayed throughout the whole public hearing by things. And thank you for leadership. Jacob and the ability just to sit and listen to your people. And I know no matter how far or how long the agenda is, that we sit there and listen. So thank you for coming and providing those input. And it gives me hope that we do want to correct a lot of the wrongs, that we want a better future for our children. And I can say throughout the 2 public hearings that we need a future that helps our children. If it's not one message, if we don't agree on anything, but I think that's one area that we all agree on, that we want a better life for our children. And how do we make that happen as a nation? So I see that as an overall goal throughout these 2 public hearings, that we want to do better. How can we make a better future for our children and our Navajo Nation? We will put it as a report, and at some point in time, we will be able to provide that report, a comprehensive report. Again, thank you for being here. And Chairman, if you could help us with a benediction to travel back home safely for our staff, our community members that are here.
Let us go to our Heavenly Father in prayer so we can all travel home safely to our loved ones. Let us pray. Olado yon tele hidigen ne haji nakpato yon hin Jashpi gahapante khedopi gahatani tele haji nakpapa kednits Nahabun sun topinda il sito na ohunda hetani Queech, even in a dam that Ikato, what's up in hissing Ashmore, Hidigan Lini, I don't have behind a Zaba, but what's name. Kodo has your non-standing Katochana need non hardship at Yatego, that I can eat in a week, haven't need on that. I hear in Ado, Ashko, hidden Bajo, Inits and over Bachotis. His lad on his head, and then need on him and Ashko. But I'll target a Ashko, Bains and his last soda. Nina Shishi, Koron, Hitsos, and Gate, or Nina Shide, Niaga, his Joya, take on Hickett, get on Harvard, you know. Your day need that. Nihich on Nedon Hatchin between daily car, the Ashford and Patchin, Paton Harvard, yeah. One so on change your party and given us Jesus Christ. Amen.
Chairman, we will adjourn our public hearing today at 4:31 p.m. Go ahead. Travel home safely.